Hey, what's up, Shadow Man? How you doing, sir? Shadow Man, even. Oh, you talking about the Nightmare Fuel segment? Should we do one tonight? I'd be down. Would not mind. All right. Got some coffee, got some water. What else? What else can a man need? Not much. What's up, Shadow? What is this shit in my hat? Bum bum. Bum bum. My god. Dude, I can't stop seeing this fucking pyrocynical Benny clip where he fucking calls Eddie from Silent Hill 2 Benny. He goes, "What in the big chungus?" And then is like, is that Benny? And then looks it up and then realizes that he's being a dumbass and it's actually Eddie. Like, what in the fuck, dude?
Thing. It's different. It's not even like. Oh my god. Stab! Stab! Okay, but like, what in the big chungus? Is that Benny?
So stupid. Listen, Salt, I had to do it. I had to do it. I saw that my resub notification was up and I had to take my opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I had to take my opportunity. You don't get many opportunities for comedy like that. That is the dumbest goddamn clip I've ever seen. What in the big chungus? I actually need to get that as a sound redeem. I'm also, by the way, I'm also going to be working on this as a sound redeem. I might actually set this up tonight. I might set this up as a sound redeem. That would be the perfect sound redeem. Just call it seal laugh. Don't even put DSP on it. Just literally call it seal laugh. That'd be the ultimate. And then that way people can actually just laugh at my misfortune whenever I fuck up in a game. You know, actually, I was actually thinking tonight I'd be down to play some BioShock. I'm not gonna lie. I fucking love BioShock 1. Not so much a fan of 2. I recognize that BioShock 2 is a great game. It's just not really for me. Just not really my thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the characters are not as engaging. They're not as interesting as BioShock 1. I don't know. That's just a me thing, though. Oh, yeah. I also wanted to see, do I still have my, like, interview scene up? I do. Okay. Oh, okay, cool. I do. I totally still have my interview scene set up. You know what, though? Me and Future could have ourselves a little conversation tonight if he wanted to. It's up to him, obviously, but I think that'd be cool. Anyways. I pre-ordered. Oh god. Yeah, Stamp of Approval Season 2 hasn't officially started yet, but I pre-ordered Dead Rising Deluxe Edition and I also gifted it to one of my friends. So, I'm going full shill mode. I'm buying it. It's not a question of if, it's a matter of how fast, like the picosecond that game hits, I'm going to be playing that shit. Listen, it is a barren wasteland for us horror enjoyers right now. We have to take what we can get. We've got to take what we can get, and I'm not going to complain about what we do have. Now, Soylent Hill is obviously going to be a content factory for a lot of people, not just me. We're talking literally millions of people. I don't know if it's going to explode the same way that Resident Evil 4 Remake did. I hope that it does, but, you know, I'm not going to sit here and make any claims about that, but I hope that it does. The only other thing that I see it doing is if they really fuck something up like badly, I could see that game like becoming a massive meme. Or I could see like an Asmongold or a certain person like that playing it for the first time, not understanding what's going on and making like a super viral clip with it. XQC maybe. Because XQC pissed everybody off because a long time ago, we're talking like maybe 4 years ago, he's like, I'm going to play Silent Hill 2. What does he play? The fucking downloadable HD collection. Oh my god. And like all of his chat was like screaming at him like, get enhanced edition, don't play this shit. Don't. And he's like, I don't know how to install that, and just refused to do it and just kept playing HD collection. So love you, Felix, but come on, my dude. Just DM a friend. I guarantee you know one friend who loves Silent Hill 2 Enhanced and would easily do that shit for you. Hell, you could probably reach out to the team that developed the shit and they would contact you and walk you through how to do everything. Like you have so much clout that companies would be willing to throw you free product all day. I guarantee you it wouldn't be that difficult to get it installed. Come on, my dude. Dude, what is this fucking knock feature, by the way? Can they stop with this shit? No, every single time I go into a stream, I do not want to knock and collaborate with a streamer. Apparently, there was like a big controversy with this too, because it was enabling people's cameras, like even VTubers that didn't want their cameras enabled. It was auto-enabling their cameras and like exposing their faces. That's fucked up. It would especially be fucked up if the VTuber had like never ever ever shown their face, and the fucking knock feature is what did it for them when they were saving it for like a sub goal or something. That's so fucked up. And then of course Twitch, they post a thing, they're like, we're sorry that some VTubers may have gotten their cameras exposed because of this feature. Like, disable the fucking feature, dude. Your apology is not good enough. Like, that's, I mean, that could be career ending for some of them. Not always, but that's just a very shitty thing to have happen, you know? I know RE2's on GOG and I know that I have it, but I gotta be honest, I'm kind of in a Silent Hill mood. Kind of in a Soylent Hill 1 mood. You know, bust out the... I could plug this into the PS3 and we could just play it. I don't know, man. I'm kind of feeling it. Or I could just get a PS1 DualShock. But I recently played that though. Did I not? Unless I'm starting to get like amnesia about my own stream. I think I played those as recently as like a month and a half ago. I hope I'm not just making shit up. Oh, what a nice comment. Somebody made a comment on my 4-hour just chatting stream that I called a 4-hour Yap Fest and said, hope you make it big, bro. What a nice guy. Hope you get big, bro. Larry Wanless 8315. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. You know, nice individuals. They still exist out there. And he subscribed to the channel, the Stream VOD channel. My last Silent Hill 1 playthrough was, yes, May 25th, 2024. So almost exactly 3 months ago. Okay, that's good then. That's fair. I could also do 4 though. I don't know, man. I'm kind of feeling 4. You know, I kind of don't want to play Silent Hill 2 anymore until the remake comes out. I really don't. I don't want to be one of those streamers that just like marathons the enhanced edition back to back to back until... Hey, what's up, Shadowman? What's up, dude? I don't want to be one of those people that just marathons Silent Hill 2 until it comes out. I kind of want to just relax about Silent Hill 2. I mean, I've streamed this game like 50 times. I want to probably play other ones and just save anything related to Silent Hill 2 for the remake to come out. And we also need to do a second Corey playthrough where we actually keep everybody alive. So there's so many options, dude. There's a ton of options. Salty. You know what? Everybody calls me Stampy. Salt, how would you feel if we started calling you Salty? I kind of like that, you know? A little bit of charm to the nickname. Was that thunder? Huh? Oh. I wasn't there when it... oh yeah, we'll watch a creepy video. Who's Kathleen? Oh, you mean Caitlyn. Yeah, Caitlyn died in my playthrough too, man. Apparently it's a bug. So the thing where you shoot the Caleb werewolf form, if you shoot him and he still kills her, that's actually a bug. And on my playthrough, when I shot him, you could actually see him like physically recoil back. So I know I hit the shot. And then he just ripped me to shreds anyway. So it's like, okay, what the fuck was that? Did I watch the video about the boiled one? I don't believe so, no. The last one I watched was about that fucking Smart Schoolboy 9 freak. That actual fucking freak. Hey, what's up, Kendo? Smelled the BS on what? Oh, the Caitlyn thing? Yeah, it was horseshit, dude. No, I had silver bullets, Shadow Man. I have shown the clip, now twice. I got the silver bullets from Abby. She slid them under the door. I grabbed the silver bullets. I loaded the silver bullets. I shot Caleb, and the bullet physically hit him, and he recoiled back, and then he just launched forward and killed me anyway. It's apparently a bug on the PC version. Yeah. My only thing is, like, how do I fix that? You know? Like, how do I actually fix that? I don't know. What's up, by the way, Kendo? How you doing, man? And sorry, guys, I'm sorry for not streaming Wednesday or Thursday night. I had a lot going on, and I'll be honest, I am playing Street Fighter again. It's been fun, and the reason why I'm doing it is because I have what is probably going to be like my permanent stick, like that I will use forever, is in the works, and it's on the way. Oh, no, it's fine, Shadow Man. You have told me, I just, every single time you mention it, I forgot it. So let me actually go ahead and, I wanted to check G2A and see what the price of that is. And if it's a good price, I'll go ahead and pick it up. Oh, what? 10 cents? There's no way. 10 cents for Until Dawn on G2A? That can't be real. Okay, yeah, it says sold out. I was gonna say, no fucking way is that real, dude. That's bullshit. Until Dawn Steam PC code. What about Kingwin? Maybe Kingwin has it. Yeah, it looks like for whatever reason the key is out of stock everywhere. But why is it saying pre-purchase on Steam? I thought Until Dawn has been out on Steam for ages. Am I wrong? Because I might be. Let's see. Oh, no, I guess this is like... Oh, this hasn't even been released on PC yet. What was I thinking? Yeah, Until Dawn releases on October 4th of this year on PC. Okay. I guess this was PlayStation exclusive for a really long time. Good ass game as well. Similar experience like the Quarry, but before the game was released, it was 2015. Yeah. This is the one that has like Hayden Panettiere in it, right? And is Kristen Crook in this game? No, but there's a few like well-known actors from like the 2000s. Yeah, Hayden Panettiere. I remember she was in this. She was in a whole bunch of like Disney movies and stuff when I was growing up. Night at the Museum. She was in that Heroes TV show as the cheerleader and a few other things, you know. Oh my god, dude. My dad has literally installed more adult-themed VR games on his Steam account. You gotta be kidding me. I'm done talking about it, guys. This has been such an ongoing meme. My dad is just gooning out here with his Valve Index, you know what I'm saying? Making me look bad. No, he's not making me look bad because it ain't my account.
of the remake? Yes, we fucking do, sir. I thought you were streaming though. I wasn't sure if you were available. A little impromptu stamp of approval, as they say.
Offers on the table, my dude.
On my stream for Stampede G, and there always will be. We gotta finish this one song though. Can we finish this track and then we can do a chat?
Oh my god, my ears. Same devs made this game as well. Yeah. Super massive games, yeah.
But I'm going to be doing an art stream at the end of this, right? Like, I have to do that. You guys are okay with that too, right? That's going to happen. Conjur's back in his drum. Yeah, what?
Goofy ass Lego. It's Future Mute stream.
We should use the new knock Twitch.television feature. Is that a new thing? Okay, I haven't looked at
It's Future Mute stream. So Future Mute was a guest on my podcast one time when we were running season 1, and we talked a lot about Silent Hill. But now, since we have a lot of remake news to talk about, I figured it would be a good time to get him back on. And I already have my scene set up for this right here. So my podcast was called Stamp of Approval. As you can see, we have our official Stampede seal of approval. I have his name up there, and I can move it depending on where his chat ends up. And then I have our, when we jump into a Discord call, I've got that set up. So I think that could be a fun conversation. And I also think that on top of the Silent Hill games, before we have like Dead Rising and Silent Hill 2 Remake and all this stuff coming out later this year, and also Until Dawn is like October 4th. I mean, that's 4 days before Silent Hill 2, so that could be like the primer, that I play right before Silent Hill 2 Remake actually hits. That could be what we do, so. There's a lot of shit coming out. It seems like I only ever buy games in October. Because didn't Resident Evil 4 Remake also come out in October? The game or video is going to be... Well, first we're going to talk to Future Mute about Silent Hill 2 Remake. And then the video is going to be the most recent disturbing recordings from... the last recordings before people disappeared. I swear, yeah, 7 days ago. Disturbing last found footage of missing persons, a 30-minute video. So that's going to be our video for tonight.
Next practice, I'm putting this in.
Oh yeah, is that the Malaysian Airlines flight? Dude, the Malaysian Airlines flight is one of the weirdest stories ever. But, when you really think about it, see, I'm a big believer in something called Occam's razor, which is the simplest solution is usually the right one. Like, if you have a scenario and everybody is saying about the scenario, the only way this could be possible is if it was like an inside job or if it was a cover-up. Chances are it's a cover-up. Like, a plane that large does not simply disappear. Like, it does not just disappear, dude. So, in my opinion, there's a cover-up or something more going on that, people don't want out there. That's just what I think. Getting chapped up, you know. Well, you know how we do. I'm sorry. We got our air fix today, finally. So I have some ice cold air just blasting on me right now. We had, yeah, our AC. I guess it like the refrigerant needed to be recharged in it because it was out for a couple days and it was like 75 degrees in here. That's another reason why I wasn't gonna stream. Because it's hot enough with like me and Bridget's PCs running in this room, but once I get like all the fucking lights on me and the camera's on, and the camera gets pretty hot too. It's like everything is radiating knowledge. When I told you that one time you didn't heard about that, but now you know it, where the fuck are you gaining random knowledge? No, I've known about MH370 for a long time. Maybe I just didn't know what you were referencing at the time. I still listen, guys, there's a guy in the Street Fighter community who, I mean, arguably right now you could say he's like a community leader type person, you know? He's very involved in some of the really competitive players. He likes to set matches up between people. And he's just a very entertaining and super right to the truth, straight shooter type guy. His name is Lariat Tubman, and I want to get him on the first episode of Stamp of Approval Season 2. That's what I would love to do. Because he has a lot of really interesting stories. And from what he said on his stream, he hasn't even gotten into like half of them. So obviously I don't want to pry too much into his backstory because I want to save that for the episode, but that's going to be like probably the best. That's going to be the best. So I'd love to set that up. There's so many people I want to come on. Like, I bet when you bring random people that disappear, I would say, my dad, and you would know. Yeah. No, you mentioned something about your dad one stream, and I'm like, don't know anything, dude. You come back 20 minutes later, and all of a sudden I can read out every last place that he's been to in the past 16 years. And then you ask me where I got my knowledge. Don't worry about it. That's for me to know and you to find out. Oh, this AC is a godsend, though, for real. And also, our fucking toilet went out. Well, I mean, like, went out is a strong way to say it, but just the pump, like the pump that refills the tank in the back, stopped working. So we actually had to have both fixed at the same time, but they recently got new management in our apartment complex, and I put in the maintenance request, like, this morning, as in less than 12 hours ago. Dude came in at 4 p.m. and was like, I'm here to fix both things. And he had both of them fixed within like half an hour. So can't complain about that because you guys remember I threw a bitch fit last year. What the fuck? What TF? What TF is that? Oh. You don't even know. Oh my god, that's loud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for having done that to your ears, dude.
Bob, have you listened to Vivid's new shit?
Mentality screaming. Oh no. No, I can't be screaming right now. It's fucking 11 p.m. My neighbors would be frickin' calling the cops. They'd say, send help, please. There's a man that needs a lot of it.
I know you guys are
Just waiting for Future to be ready so we can get to Tolkien. Bum, bum, bum. Nice haircut. Who's your barber? Because I'm going to need a community with that exact same cut. You really like the haircut? I appreciate that, man. My barber is my girlfriend. Literally. I just ask her to cut my hair every couple weeks and she cuts it. That's it. But I appreciate that, man. The actual cut is simpler than you would think. One of these days I'll go without the hat, but the haircut's kind of made for the hat, so. Gonna be doing all that. You've got trust issues with female. Oh no. Should I ask you to dive deeper into that, or is that not something that you want to? I mean, you don't have to expand upon that, but trust me, I feel you. I once dated a girl when I was like 19, and she was like, "Oh my God, and see, this is back when I didn't know any better. She's like, "Oh my God, you treat me so much better than all my boyfriends in the past." Now I know that that's like the biggest red flag in the world when you get told that, because not every single time, but most of the time what that means is she's so adjusted to like a crazy, dramatic, screamy relationship that that's what she wants. And if it doesn't exist, she'll create it. Not every single time, but in this scenario, she's like, you treat me better than all my past boyfriends. And then she just out of nowhere would just like have these episodes and just start up drama. I'm like, what? I thought you were liking the fact that there wasn't any. So that's the only time that's happened to me. Outside of that, I've been very lucky to not have to deal with too much, you know? And if that's it, I'll take it. But, you know, you live and you learn. And you make the bulk of your mistakes before you turn 20. So that you don't really have much else to fuck up on. Know what I'm saying? And that's just what you do. Anyways, until Future is ready, let's watch this video, hey?
On the night of May 27th,
let me go ahead and jump into my Discord channel. Let me set up the audio correctly. SM7B in game. Okay, cool. That's already set up. Dame, you have a girlfriend? Yeah, we've been together for a while. Alright. Let's watch a little bit of this. Let's watch some of this big Chungus content. Oh, the browser is... Okay, okay. Let me get this link up.
Sophia McKenna.
My ears.
On the night of May 27th, 2018, 20-year-old Spencer Mugford met up with his friend Sophia McKenna in the parking lot of the University of Connecticut Avery Point, where Spencer was a student. At the time, Sophia was in a toxic and abusive relationship with a guy named Austin Cordova, which had gotten worse in the months leading up to that night in May. According to Sophia's mom, Austin was seeing someone else while he was still dating Sophia, after which Sophia also decided to date other guys. When Austin found out, he went to Sophia's apartment and tried to kick down the door, allegedly threatening to end her life. It was after this incident that Sophia started to spend a lot of her time around...
Dude, this reminds me. It's just society, not just females. It's also men. Oh, okay. I'm gonna dress up like a hooker on a street when it's school time, and I also killed 178 people. What? Wanna be men. I get to be abused like girls, so I hit girls for fun. Me and the boys. TF is a kilometer. What? What is that message? What the? What is that message? What? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Not sure. Those seem like some very exaggerated examples, though. I mean, hey, you know, people's experience, your experience is your experience, and I'm not here to tell you one way or the other, but what is a kilometer? So a kilometer is the metric system equivalent of like a mile. In the US, we have the imperial system, and we say miles and inches and feet. And in the metric system, they say meters and kilometers and, yeah. Centimeter, meter, millimeter, you know, that type of thing. But no, it can be tough to navigate, dude. You listen, you just have to understand that, like, not all women, not all guys, you know, you will eventually find a person who does not fit into those things. And most of the time, you kind of know from very early on if things are going to work out or not, because once you've been in enough and you've kind of tested the waters to see what works and what doesn't work, you pretty much know at that point, like, okay, this works, this doesn't work, you know, how should I approach this? You kind of learn enough by, you know, sometimes people call it trial by fire. I call it trial and error. You've tested enough things out, you know what works, you know how to move in a relationship, how to talk to people, how to pick up on signs if they're interested, if they're not, these different things. So, you know, it's just all about learning. Just a learning experience. And there's always going to be, you know, rough situations. Everybody has them. I've had plenty, trust me. But, yeah. Men dress up like dreads, Crocs, of course, it's those Tupac or somewhere ass artists. Oh, God. I am not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. Why is my mic not registering in here? Well, I mean, it is registering on. Oh, okay. It was doubling for. Okay, now it is. Cool. It just wasn't lighting up for some reason. Society is broken. That I do agree with in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, people are so. I don't want to use the word jaded because I think jaded is the wrong word for it, but I think in a lot of ways people are very, you know, there's a large instant gratification culture that exists now. And when people want certain things, be it in a relationship or from other people, they want it now. They don't want to work for it. They want it instantly. And if they don't get it instantly, they just move from person to person to person to person, looking for something that ultimately doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So it's very, and you can become very disillusioned doing that, because think about, like, you're jumping from 7, 8, 9, 10 different people looking for what can this person do for me? But it's like, have you ever stopped to think maybe you're not deserving of those things because you're not reciprocating anything in the relationship? You know? Oh, I DM'd Future. Salt, I DM'd him on Discord. I'm already in the locked voice channel in my Discord, so if he's... Oh, he just remembered now.
Acumen. Whatsoever. The man is talented and inventive in his world. I'm saying that he carved a niche. And
He's talking about me. Yeah, right.
There, it's...
Anytime someone says anything vaguely positive, they're talking about me. I'm not giving myself an artificial ego boost. Oh, he's ranting about someone he knows. See, Future has some legendary rants. That man can rant for hours on end. But you know something I always respect about Future is his audio quality is the only time where I go to a stream on Twitch and I'm like, damn, his mic actually sounds clearer than mine. I'll admit it. I will admit it straight up. I will.
Can you yell at Stamp?
Oh, Salt, can you tell him I DM'd him? I like how we're using you as a we're using you as a middle, as the messenger. Salty the messenger. Bro forgot to let us see the stream. No, I don't want to like restream his stuff. I just invited him to the channel.
Channel is only meant to be used to plug during times when Stamp is not actively streaming. I committed a wrong. I'm very sorry. Sincerely, all of that is fake. Also, I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. Dingus. I'm a brain genius. Is it not obvious? Am I in? No one is supposed to go. No one's supposed to go. Doing any of the voice channels in my server, I'm gonna use the right place. Okay.
All right. I think we got him. I think we have captured our rare Pokemon, Future Mute.
Because I'm streaming? Is that why? That might be it. I go into voice channel, and then... Oh, wait, no. That's not a voice channel, that's a text channel. Okay, now I'm in a voice channel.
What's up, dude? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Let's go. Listen, you hear the clarity in this, dude. Listen to that clarity.
This is so fantastic.
Next level clarity. All right, let me...
Well, I need to confirm with my audience that they can hear you. Can you hear Stamp?
Oh, I'm double audioed? Oh, God, what's going on here?
Oh, because I have my Discord. Okay, that's why. So my Discord output was one of the audio mixes, but now I have the desktop audio exclusively.
Okay, cool. Is it single now, or am I still doubled?
You should be single now.
Okay.
I mean, no. I mean, you should be very happily together with your partner, but also your audio is exclusively to the desktop audio.
I have to take a call. I'll be back later. Anyways, if you want to turn on your camera on Discord, it should work. And then I actually already have the scene set up, so I can just switch over, and then we can commence the yapping. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well.
All right.
Sure. Let's make it happen.
I actually might be able to enable mine because I have virtual camera now, so it doesn't do anything stupid anymore. Let's see.
Set mine then, because it's not showing my camera. It's just showing the OBS screen.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Or the OBS, yeah.
Mine's flipped, but it doesn't matter. They won't see that. The people don't need to
Here's
see
mine.
the behind the scenes, dude. I can't
Hold on.
explain the tech right now. Probably can't even explain it later, but don't worry about that.
Are you familiar with the process of the settings of the camera
Yeah.
in Discord?
Yeah, so if you just click on the settings gear next to start virtual cam, just click the settings cog there, change the output type to source, and then just select your webcam directly. That way it's not trying to pull from a scene or anything specific. It's just your actual camera output.
Is it apps and settings or?
Oh no, it's in OBS.
Oh, it's in OBS.
Yeah, it's under the start recording button in OBS.
Oh.
Yeah, just click on that settings gear, change output type to source, and select your camera from the drop down.
But I mean, I'm currently streaming.
That won't matter. It uses yeah, it actually creates a secondary output for your camera just for Discord.
How does that work then?
That's how I'm using it right now. So it won't affect your
Wait, but then
live
in
camera.
Discord, it's still just okay. So I have to go into settings then.
Yeah, in OBS probably.
OBS, and then I go into video. Well, since I'm streaming, it's not allowing me to have access to video output settings.
Oh, so let me, if you can pull up my stream really quick, I'll actually desktop capture and show you.
Okay. All right, let me head over to you.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit
Am I
there
streaming
and
now?
eat
Yeah.
pizza?
Okay, so let me switch to this one, and then we'll do desktop capture, display capture. Okay, so you see right here? This is the button I'm talking about. And you just go source.
Oh, the stop virtual camera.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think I have that. I don't have. Oh, I do. Wait, I do.
Yeah.
I do have that camera.
Just select output type source and then your camera, and then you're good to go. What's up, Siren? How you doing, man?
So output type source.
Yep. And then just select whatever your actual camera is named, because this will bring up all of your sources that you've ever put into OBS. So whatever your actual camera is called, that's what you want to select.
Sure does. Sorry, I'm starting the virtual camera now.
All right, sweet.
How does that look? That should be me.
All right, let
See
me
myself
pull up
in Discord.
Yeah, let me pull up Discord, and then we should be good to go here. I'm doing good, man. All right, cool. We got it. So let me full screen this, and then I will display capture, or window capture, I should say. Ooh, look at this production quality. It's absurdly good, dude. I'm sorry.
Ridiculous.
I got a little giddy there. You know how we do. Let's see. Window capture. Sweet. Oh god, it's like the formatting is all weird.
Apologies for that, man.
Oh, no. I see what the... Okay, there we go. I was going to say, I already sorted this out last time. So that's good.
Wait, so I have to do it too. I have to do it on my end. This is the... What is this, a crossover episode? What's
It is,
happening?
dude. You know what? I'm going to put it in the title right now. We're doing a skateboard collab right now, dude. It's Stampede X Future Mute.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be releasing some exclusive NFTs from this. Get ready for that drop,
no.
everybody.
Wait, so I'm like... I'm reversed, but like properly like I'm technically set to reverse on my end.
But on your side, you won't see that. The only person that you're reversed for is me. It's weird the way that Discord does it. Trust me, I don't like it, but... So what I do is I just put my camera, like on OBS, I just put mine in the standard orientation and paste it over the stupid reversed thing. I hate the way it does that.
Discord done? Damn.
What a cringe app.
Problem.
The year of our Lord 2024, and they can't get it together enough to fix that.
Yeah, I can't do anything about that, huh?
No, I did furious
failed.
Googling, and I couldn't fix it.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for people who are hanging out in Stam's stream and watching me at my worst. I'm usually supposed to be switched around.
What would we call
Anyway.
this? Because this isn't the beginning of season 2, but this is like an aside. This is like a side adventure for Stamp of Approval, like an OVA before season 2 comes out. That's what
Oh,
I'm.
absolutely.
Stamp of Approval OVA.
Straight to VHS.
Season 2 coming. Yeah, direct to video. You thought Sonic the Hedgehog was fast. Watch how fast this hits the bargain bin at your local Walmart Supercenter. You know what I'm saying?
All right,
So
so what are we
stupid.
talking about? What is the conversation du jour?
You're so lucky. What's up, Wang? Wang and my zipper is here, everybody. We can actually have our productive conversation. So I watched
Wang.
the latest trailer and I watched the gameplay and I turned around and I said, I think they've listened to feedback. I think they have made meaningful change, not just in a cosmetic way. I think that the game, like the animations look stronger. It looks like they have worked on the weight of the weapons. And I'm actually excited for the game now, seeing these most recent changes. I know that it was kind of a meme the way that they finger pointed Konami for the way that first trailer went, but
Mm.
looking at it now, I actually think that they might have had some legs to stand on with that argument, because this newest trailer, if they would have put this out initially, I don't think there would have been nearly as much complaining or just general fighting amongst like the subreddit's going to fight no matter what happens, but
I wholeheartedly agree. I think if they came out of the gate with this trailer, the discourse within the community would be drastically different.
right.
There's so much more positivity now, considering that the faithfulness to the narrative is very there. It's very succinct now, when it wasn't before. They were demonstrating mechanics that weren't pre-existing. They were demonstrating moments that weren't all that important, and then people were glomming onto it in their own politically suggestive ways. But now it's like, okay, this is the core narrative of the story, and you guys are paying attention to it. And then the introduction of Eddie for the first time in the trailers, I think it lent a lot of assurance that wasn't there before.
Yeah, and I like his redesign. I know a lot of people have said like, oh, they made him arguably too obese, but the thing that you have to remember is like, not only was what was considered overweight from Japan's perspective in the year 2000 much like drastically different than what would be considered today. His whole, like, if you see his whole body, not just his face, he actually doesn't look that heavy. It's like the face is disproportionately heavier than the rest of his body. Like I saw the whole character portrait with the blurbs and the descriptions about them today, and I was like, that looks fine. What was all the hubbub about? What were all the kids buzzing about with this, dude? It looks fine.
The hoopla was just non-essential to me. It was just a bunch of angry people doing what they do best on the internet, just be angry. I love the I love what they were doing with the atmosphere. Again, we haven't seen Eddie outside of the recent renders, the most recent
Mhm.
renders. We've seen him like in his full body, but we hadn't in that trailer. We just saw a bust of him from the shoulders up.
Right.
We didn't know what he was looking from the bottom down. It looks like they care when it didn't before.
Yeah, and
Didn't
and
look like they cared.
people got on my case because the first video I made was like, I don't know, like Bloober's track record, this, that, and the other. The thing that I love that I'm able to say is that it doesn't look like any Bloober game they've put out in the past. In the past, they had a very distinct look, and like you could kind of tell it's like not quite Unity engine assets, but it kind of looks like a game that would have come from like a Unity asset, you know, hodgepodge of just assets and publicly available sound effects and stuff. Bloober games were
We
like,
could argue that it still kind of looks like it looks like Unreal. It
yeah,
looks like
yeah.
Unreal Engine start to finish. They're using a iClone. It's they're demonstrating the technology that they have access to. There's
Right.
nothing intentionally or inherently wrong with that. It's what you're supposed to do. You're a new studio, or again in this case they're not a new studio, but they're a studio that has representation and has money behind said representation, and they're going to use it. Uh,
Yeah, and
big deal. They're using Real Illusion iClone. Whatever.
yeah, and it's like
What do you
if you're
want?
if you're gonna use one of those like widely used engines in the industry, Unreal is the one that anybody would choose. The only hang up and the only reservation anybody really has about Unreal is it has the Silent Hill downpour effect, which is it renders the low resolution textures first, and then it'll pop in the sharp
Right.
ones later.
Right.
So
That was an issue. Yes,
yeah,
that will inevitably come up
right,
unless you have a high-end PC in order
yeah,
to skirt that, where it's milliseconds in between. That's just going to happen
yeah,
regardless. I think you even brought it up when you were talking about it in a stream, where that's just an inevitability of Unreal Engine. That's just
hmm
par for the course.
yeah.
Like that's just what is supposed to be expected with that engine. So you can't really argue that. If you're going to use Unreal and not use a third party or not use something else that is internal, then
Yeah,
you're just gonna have to deal with that.
and I've even
Yeah.
seen people like, oh, why don't they go the extra mile and make their own engine? I'm like, guys, do you have any idea the budgets that would need to be allocated to do such a thing? RE Engine was not something that Capcom just whimsically came up with and said, you know what,
Exactly.
let's just do this. It's like that was years. From 2012 to 2017, they painstakingly built that engine from absolutely scratch. And there's a reason why companies do this is because they don't have to split revenue. So if you're going to borrow an engine like Unreal, they didn't. I mean, Bloober Team didn't make Unreal Engine. So when this game sells, inevitably they've built it on top of this architecture. They're going to have to revenue split with, who is it, Epic that makes Unreal, I think? Epic
Yep.
Games? Yeah, so they do it. Companies do that so they can silo off all their production within their own
Well, Epic
studios.
doesn't make it. Epic owns the property.
Oh, yeah.
They own it and its operation.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, I like that they're using Unreal. I don't care about that. I think it's fine. People are very accustomed to it. Mods are going to be plentiful, and I think the mod community is actually going to help a lot with this because, dude, I'm already envisioning like within 6 months we'll have a mod of like all the original voice lines just straight input into the game wherever they can actually be. I'm sure classic skins are going to be out within like a week. Classic models, classic skins, whatever. So weapon mods, like it's gonna be awesome.
What do you think they're going to do with the story? Because it's clear that they're going to take some creative liberties with some of the aspects of the narrative. We're going to have a lot more control over where Jamie Boy goes in
Yeah.
the town. There are going to be a lot more locations available to us as the user. What do you think they're going to do in that regard? Are there going to be new characters that we get to be engaged with in some capacity in terms of like what would you call them? Side quests, have you? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I can speak to what I hope does and doesn't happen. I hope what does happen is we get kind of a little bit more insight into their life before either not even, going to Silent Hill, what their life was like before that even happened. Because the only time you get that in the original game, and when you do, it's awesome, is in the hotel. When you examine the piano, when you examine the bar. I mean, he talks about those things, but when you examine the piano, he's talking about before they were even married. So I would actually like, since Ito is involved and he was kind of in those discussions, I'd like for them to expand upon that a little bit. But my biggest fear is that they're going to, I hate this term because, it's one of those like Gamergate-y terms, but I hope that they do not modernize Angela's story and make it more accessible. I hope they don't sugarcoat things. I hope they don't, take away some of the implications that the original had because those are incredibly important. And I think they were presented in a mature and actually really clean way. So there was nothing distasteful about that script.
I hope they don't wokeify Angela.
Yeah. Well, as the resident DEI apologist, I'm actually okay with that. Listen, it's okay if you just own it. The YouTube goblins called me that, and I'm just going to own that title from here on out. I'm just embracing it, dude. I can't escape it.
Yeah.
It's already been ascribed to me, but I like what I'm seeing, and I think that the changes that we've seen are so minimal. It's like how you get to Bar Neely's. Does it really matter if you go down to a mobile home and you read a note? Like that's kind of not even implied. Like most people just wander around until they walk inside the bar. So
I was actually really curious because the gameplay. I think I even brought it up when you were doing your watch of the playthrough
Mhm.
or like the gameplay bit that they showed on YouTube.
Yeah.
Interesting that they put the jukebox there in Bar Neely's because usually it's in Bar Venus, right, at the hotel.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's right next to the keyhole that you need to put the light bulb.
Right,
Yeah.
in order to get the light bulb, in order to see
Yeah.
the keyhole, in order to put the key in to get out, or is it Venus Tears? I think it's Venus
Yeah,
Tears.
Venus Tears, yeah, in the basement of the hotel.
So like, I think that's interesting. Is the jukebox going to be a consistent element in the narrative now? Is there a new motif that they're going to apply to it? Like, these are conversations that we could be having. I know it's asinine at best, but that's what they showed us. That's what we know.
Yeah, and also the way that the apartment complex has changed, I like it. I don't want a one-to-one map transcription into Unreal Engine because
Agreed.
how boring would that be for people like us that we've run through the Silent Hill 2 apartment complex 50 to 100 times. Like I want a new way to experience these levels. So I like the way that they've kind of changed the geometry, changed the structure of the whole floor plan, everything like that. I've seen people
And there's new
complaining about
puzzles,
that.
too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Silent Hill
So, like,
community, I've come to terms with the fact that they're just gonna complain about anything and everything. But I've seen people complaining like, oh, it's not even the same apartment building anymore, and like there was so much intention to the design. It's like outside of the hallway where Pyramid Head first appears, and you hear that like scream in the distance, and the two fire escapes being right side by side. There's not much intention behind that design. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. It's just an apartment complex. It could have been modeled after any old run-of-the-mill Japanese apartment complex, you know?
and I mean, just from a personal perspective, the apartments are such a slog
Yeah.
anyway.
I mean,
Like,
Maximilian
it's such a
dude,
deterrent for new players. Yeah.
100% because
Oh
Maximilian
yeah, when
dude,
you play it.
yeah, he's like, he even put in the description, like, I wasn't very impressed in the apartments, but after I got past it, then I got hooked. And like, because he was trying to play it all in one shot, he was doing it for like a Halloween special thing. And he's like, in the middle of the apartments, he pretty much stopped and was like, is this what the rest of the game is like? Because I'm not really impressed. So yeah, it's kind of like the litmus test, you know, if you get frustrated because there are some confusing things, like people don't know to put the juice in the trash chute and things like that. But if it's like the litmus test, if you're willing to push through that kind of a slog your first time through, you'll love it. But some people, they just stop playing there and they get frustrated, and I understand it. So
They tune out.
exactly, yeah. And you know, some people, they just don't want to be challenged by a game. It's like the dude that was my inciting incident, looking at the wallet puzzle and being like, what is down down 5, when it was the Roman numeral hard, you know, variant of the puzzle. And this dude was stuck here for so long because he thought the safe had like a key item in it, and I was about to fucking lose it, dude. I'm sitting in this guy's chat like I'm about to explode. So I out of sheer spite downloaded OBS and did a playthrough myself. So modern gamers,
Okay,
man.
so modern gamers, bro. I don't even. I'm happy to be the age that I am, where I can just say I don't get these kids these days.
Yep. You sugar addicted Fortnite players wouldn't last a day in an MW2 lobby, if you know what I'm saying. But not only that, like you wouldn't. The thing that kills me the most about this is like Silent Hill 2 is one of those games that somehow the narrative has turned into the character models are so shit that they barely represent what a human being is supposed to look like. And you know, yeah, I play Enhanced Edition and I'm spoiled a bit because the models are a lot clearer and more visually available to me because they're stretched across the whole 1080p canvas and it's a lot clearer and all that. But even on Black Label PS2, outside of the CGI cutscenes, you can see there's a lot of keyed animation in their faces. So I don't know where this narrative comes from that like they're Final Fantasy VII models or some shit. Like this is like a big narrative that people go with, that it needed to be modernized because they're
And
like
then-
Legos.
Like, all of the Final Fantasy VII models that they're talking about are all just cutscenes anyway.
Yeah.
What are we really arguing about?
Yeah. And it's like, you know, the models in Final Fantasy VII are arguably so bad that some people have a hard time even doing a first play of that game now. Because it literally looks like Roblox characters running around on the overworld map and stuff. Like, I grew up with it, so I'm cool with it, and the combat obviously looks worlds and leagues better than when you're just running around as Cloud and whatnot, but I don't get it. Like, even when playing the Black Label PS2 version, I think those models hold up just fine. The only thing that doesn't hold up, genuinely does not, is the water effects. Like when you're in the apartment, it looks like a wavy, like flat 2D texture map or something. And when you're in the hotel and the water floods the final descent elevator, and it doesn't like move or splash very much. Yeah.
But instances like that, you can apply that to our to artistic sensibilities. There's a reason why you don't see a lot of water, and a lot of it is built around the sound effects.
Yeah.
I feel like Yamaoka's touched on that in interviews before, where seeing isn't the point. It's about absorbing it in the atmosphere, like knowing where you are as opposed to seeing what you are expected to experience. You're hearing it, you're feeling it. You are in an environment where Black Fairy's playing in the background and you're hearing drips of water. You don't know where they're coming from. You don't see the pools of water puddling around you. You just hear and experience this visualization of, or this like supposed visualization of um, a fire that has been doused in water. There's something there's a symbolic aspect to it, and there's an intent to it that you're not supposed to visualize. You're not supposed to visually understand and absorb. You're just supposed to comprehend it based on the atmosphere that they build. And with a game like this, the remake I'm referring to, like there's a lot more visual fidelity that there wasn't before. In 2001, they're not going to have the capabilities that they had back then using the engine that they did. So
Right.
there's going to be a lot more. There's going to be a lot more of a visual consistency to the things that, because we haven't seen the hotel yet.
Yeah.
I guess like that one little bit with um the abstract daddy monster in the hotel walking around. That one little bit is all we've seen. We've never seen the hotel deteriorate. We haven't seen the fire. We haven't seen any of that stuff yet. So when we do, have the game in our hands, we'll be able to assess it that way. But I'm assuming that they're going to, go above and beyond, because now we have physics. Now we have water physics.
Yeah. We don't have to just fabricate like a few animations. Like every animation, people don't understand, like ragdoll physics were a bleeding edge technology. Like they didn't even exist for the most part when this game was developed. Like when you kill an enemy and it falls in different ways, every one of those animations had to be hand drawn frame by frame using that model
Yep.
and considering the fact that they were using a custom engine, it's like sometimes it's easy to forget how difficult even structuring a game with a PS2 development kit was. But I think that's also, and this might just be the boomer in me saying this, but I was watching a Digital Foundry video about PS2 a while back, and that system was so difficult to develop for. But if you were able to figure it out and you were able to really maximize it, I think that those games ended up with an extremely unique look because of that. Because, I mean, you look at God of War 2, that's an incredibly impressive game for hardware that came out in the year 2000. But I look at Silent Hill
Great.
2 and I see some aspects of that look better. So it's like, they have more of a canvas in terms of visual fidelity with the Unreal Engine and modern hardware and different things. But at the same time, I literally don't think that there was any team that could have done a better job with the limitations of the PS2 hardware. I think that it came out with a lot of games at the time had an extremely unique identity to them because of how difficult that hardware was to work with.
People misunderstand that artistry, especially in game design, in that time was essential for making these games. Yes, they were using very minimal components in order to make these games function. we don't have the luxuries that we have today when it comes to 3D.
Yeah.
To rendering, to rigging, to structure, like all of that shit is a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
A lot of budget, a
And
lot of hands.
and
Yeah.
there's a lot of hands and a lot of pots, and a lot of people misunderstand it because they're the end user. That's not the point. They're not supposed to understand what goes on. They're not supposed to know how the sausage is made.
Right.
Sausage is made, but the work that goes into this shit is leaps and bounds beyond what they can fathom. That being said, we are in a space where it's a lot easier than it's ever been. 2001, yeah, completely different.
When the bulk of the development took place in the year 2000, I think is what a lot of people tend to forget is like the hard work was finished by the time that one beta build that leaked of like July 01. The hard work was mostly done by the time that build was
done.
Yeah. So, considering the fact that it was made literally at the turn of the millennium, you watch the behind the scenes and they had to wear these like this because this was before they had the technology where they would have the articulation point, like green balls that would record all the motion and everything. They had to wear a helmet that was attached to like a magnetic rig that then cameras would capture. Like it was incredibly convoluted how they even had the mocap back then. It was like a brand new technology.
That was for the center bone. That was
Yep.
the center of gravity. Yeah,
Yep.
that was the point.
Yep.
That was the point of the helmet.
Yep. Yeah, and they had and the thing that a lot of people also when I say this, they're like, I've never heard that before, but it's 100% true. Guy C, he confirmed it. They could only mocap 2 people at a time because they only had 2 rigs.
Yep.
They had 2 setups. So the script is structured. Obviously, Maria can't enter the bowling alley for obvious reasons because she wouldn't be visible to other characters anyway. But the reason why Laura leaves as soon as you go in is because they can't capture 3 characters at one time. So the script is structured in a really smart way that makes sure there's only 2 main characters ever talking to each other at one time. Because of it was a limitation, but they turned it into,
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was done. I was just gonna say it was a limitation of the hardware, but they turned it into a script, like a script aspect.
Yeah.
Pretty much, they turned it into a way that they could structure the story to make you feel more isolated, which I thought was great.
Yes. No, I'm absolutely on same page. Absolutely same page. I'd argue that they could easily just put that character in
Yeah,
with the motion library after the fact.
Yeah.
It's not that it can't be done. It's that they built a narrative around the limitation.
Yeah.
That's what's so interesting.
yeah, and everybody gives Naughty Dog credit. They're like, oh, Naughty Dog, they record all their scenes on a stage. But now the thing that Naughty Dog does is they actually use the lines that are, spoken into the mics on the stage, and they put that in the final game. But Team Silent did that. They had them act it out until they had perfected the scene. Then they put them into a booth and had them record the lines. That was incredibly forward thinking for that time to have them act that out like that.
Agreed. There's
So-
just something so pure about the process that was done, and we're not going to get that again. And we have to just be okay with that. We
Yeah.
have to be okay with the fact that the limitations that were built around this narrative that made it that much more special will never be replicated. We'll never be able to get that again. So we just have to just sit back, acknowledge that, be aware of that, and be comfortable with that. And that's it. Everyone who's complaining about, oh, this isn't what the original designers thought. Yes, it was. But they had limitations. Oh, this isn't the way the designers wanted it to be. It probably was. But they didn't have that opportunity to do so because of limitations.
Yeah.
If we're comfortable with this world, if we're comfortable with a world that this narrative is the way it is because of limitations and circumstances beyond their control, we can enjoy this.
Yeah,
We
it's
can
like
enjoy this
the
for what it is.
I think a lot of people, but I think a lot of people tend to forget that like that was the first generation. This is how long ago it was. PS2 was the first generation of games becoming arcade perfect. Like that wasn't you were getting an inferior arcade experience one generation before this. This is how long ago we're talking. So it is just a product of that era. A game like Katamari Damacy is very much a product of its era when like the wacky
It's fun.
yeah, it's like the
Yes.
wacky, the zany, that was what caught people's attention. And but nowadays, you know, a boardroom full of people would shoot that game down in a second, because that's just not the type of industry we're in right now. And that's why remakes are so in vogue, is like, well, we don't want to take a risk with a new IP. We would rather do the safe option that we know is going to, you know, pay dividends and give us the highest ROI, which is a beloved franchise. Bring it back. Hashtag, you know what they did for Dead Rising 4, that embarrassing fucking hashtag Frank is back or whatever. Oh my God. Just whore out the character even harder, Capcom. Why don't you? Hashtag
look,
Jamie
if you're gonna
Boy is
throw the
back.
marketing department into it, because the marketing department is responsible for the development
Yep.
cycle. They're just
Yep.
there at the end of it. They're at the tail end. They're not responsible for the product. They're just responsible for selling it.
Yeah. Dude, that was the worst era for games, was like 2014 to 2016, because every game shoved that buzzword of next generation down your fucking throat. You got Watch Dogs, the true next generation experience. Evolve, the true next generation shooter. It's like, and all these games were just piss poor, like mimicry of games that had already come out 5 years prior. Watch Dogs was a far inferior open world game to GTA 5. Oh, Watch Dogs and Evolve? Or are you talking about?
Watch _ dogs.
Yeah. And then, you know, somebody came in.
Dude.
Dude.
Oh, wait, give me a second. Paradox is heading to bed. Thank you for hanging
Yeah,
out,
no problem.
Paradox. Really appreciate it. Great tracks. Hope to see you again next stream. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. All right.
Yeah,
So,
well, I was going to say, like, the thing that's crazy about that era is, like, Evolve was a much worse version of Left 4 Dead. Like, period, end of story. It just was. Watch Dogs was a much worse open world game than GTA 5, despite coming out a year and a half later. They actually delayed it because...
Was it?
Yeah. Watch Dogs was a horrific... Like, there's a whole video by Kroby Cat, literally just called Watch Dogs My Next Generation Experience, where he shows, like, all the corners that they cut and all the things that you can't do in this game. And all the downgrades, like the infamous Ubisoft downgrades, really became a thing around that time, where they would show a trailer at E3 that looked unbelievable. And then when the game came out, it's like, what the fuck is this?
Right. No, that I remember. I remember them advertising it being this next level, next generation epic. And then when the game actually released, it was bare bones, and everyone was extremely disappointed because it didn't reflect what they advertised.
Yeah.
But then they made a sequel.
Yeah. Didn't they make a third one too, like Watch Dogs Legion? They ended up with a whole ass franchise out of that mediocrity. But that's what I'm talking about, is like, that era was so painful, and I'm really glad that we're not in this buzzword thing where, like, everybody's using hashtags to advertise, and they're not talking about next gen this and next gen that. I'm okay with, like, incremental upgrades and graphical fidelity that we've had for the past few years, because it means that there's less of an emphasis on, you know, you must have the latest and greatest hardware all the time. Like, now it's more of a focus on just what is the content of this game, and is it going to be worth your while to invest in it? And I would much prefer that over just baseless, you know, claims of, oh, I remember the stupidest one around that time was cloud computing. They're going on about, well, the limitations of the hardware, you know, you can offload some of that into the cloud and we can process this. Complete horseshit, dude. So I'm much happier with the kind of industry that we're in right now. I just wish that there was less of an emphasis on remakes. I think it's played out to death. I would prefer re-releases.
Okay. Fair. My only... What would you call it? Not even an argument. My
reservation? Because we don't allow dissenting opinions here, so think carefully before you know. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Choose your next words wisely.
Yeah. I got my finger over the disconnect button, dude. No.
Where re-releases are very much where I don't disagree. I do not disagree with that assessment at all. The fact that they are employing new hardware and new software and new adaptations to pre-existing software, I feel like they're inherently impossible at this point. You will not get a 1-to-1 adaptation in terms of software for a re-release anymore.
Yeah.
I think the going back to GTA, we've already proven that with the grand collection with GTA 3, Vice City,
Oh
and San
God.
Andreas.
Yeah. What a mess.
That dumpster fire was a thing, right? That was officially released, and there are no patches for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
It's just, it is the way it is.
even as
Yeah,
far
go
back
ahead.
as like when they were first porting PS2 games to the PS3, they would have to pull things off because they would have a whole team dedicated to like setting up all the emulator, all the official Sony emulator settings and whatnot. But when they put Fatal Frame 2 out, that game was totally busted. So yeah, I mean, every
Right.
generation that goes by, it gets harder to translate, a PS2 era game to a PS5 era game. So
So, I mean, with that in mind, like, what do you do? What is the solution there? Because there is no fundamental or functional ability to one-to-one transcribe um, something that is already functionally existent uh, on a bit of hardware that no longer exists. Now there are all these uh, new solutions, and transcribing one solution to another proves impossible.
well,
What do you do? Re-releases are gonna just be in the same capacity as that, but then they'll add microtransactions to it. Like, what's
right.
this? What do you do? What do
Well,
you do with
the
that?
the greedy part of me says GOG, but I understand that that's not a viable solution because then you're offsetting, you're not offsetting, you're outsourcing that port job to GOG and whoever they have in charge of that. Like what they did with the European executable Silent Hill 4 is great, but by nature of the fact that it's on their service and they, edited, I'm sure, a lot of registry files and INI files and settings to get that to work perfectly, they take a cut of that. So obviously that's not ideal from Konami's perspective. So it is tough. Like I get the propensity that they have to bring back these older franchises and remake them in modern engines and stuff. I don't know. It's like, are we gonna live in a year or two? Are we gonna be in an industry that is 85% remakes and remasters and re-releases, and the new IPs are like just
Yes.
sprinkled over top of it? Like, is that where we're headed?
The answer is yes. Yes.
Oh, dear God.
That's what's going.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy for me to
I
think
hate to-
that it's crazy to think that like PS3 is considered retro now. But I guess, when you're
It is.
yeah, PS3 is considered retro now, dude. It's 15 years old. That's the qualifier for a game console to become retro. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. That was a shocking revelation when I found out, but and that store, that's the other thing. That store could be shut down any day. And especially the Japanese version, if you go through with setting up a Japanese account, which by the way, I recommend everybody do that. Chat, is this real? No, it's not, Kendo. It's a figment of your imagination. Anyways, chat, are we cooked? I'm sorry. If you make a Japanese PSN account, you can actually download Silent Hill 4 from the PS2 Classics section. So if you want to play,
Oh,
yeah, and it's only 1,200 yen, so it's like 13, 14 USD, whatever that comes out to. So I have that.
Like $11.
Yeah, it's nothing, dude. So yeah, I mean,
Shit.
that version has a little bit of like audio desync issues, but outside of that, it works perfectly fine. So no, it's not pre-recorded. Weighing in my zipper. How could it be pre-recorded? I've been responding. Hollywood has been doing it forever. Why wouldn't game companies do it too? A fair point, but those two mediums obviously don't translate one to one. I think that with Hollywood, it's a little easier because if I'm sorry, dude, but we got a degenerate out here. With Hollywood, it's a little bit easier because like as long as the actors are still alive, you can bring them back, and it's like Han Solo coming back, and the fans roar in the theater and this, that, and the other. Like I feel like that's a little bit easier to do. Whereas with a game, like there's such products of their time and the limitations of the hardware, like we talked about, the specific talent that they had, what they were motivated by. In the case of a game like Metal Gear Solid 2, the political climate of Japan at the time played a big role.
Yes.
So you know they just don't translate like a movie remake would.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about film, because I feel like with film you have a lot more wiggle room. There's a lot more.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to explore. Um, because you have a finite amount of time in order to express your opinion. Whereas with something like a game, there's something a lot more to expand on. If you have 16 hours worth of gameplay to do anything, there's a lot more that you can insert into that. It's a lot more
Yeah.
time that people can do. It's all about the medium. It's all about the application of the medium. With film, you are shown what you're supposed to be shown.
Right.
You have a cinematographer, you have a director, you have a producer, you have people who are sitting down and saying that this is something that needs to be addressed, and we'd like to address it visually within the frame.
Yeah.
That's one thing. In gameplay, you have not complete control, but like you have complete navigative control over what you experience and how you experience it.
Yeah.
So the application is different.
Yeah.
So if someone's gonna introduce political leanings to you, they're going to do it way more subtly, and you can adjust it however way you want to.
Yeah.
I feel like
I love that you said that because we were just talking about the Last of Us show a few days ago of like some people loved it and some people fucking hated it because you can't translate walking around in Bill's town looking at every individual record and all the details in like the store and you know all the dialogue. Like you could be in that town for 2 hours. How does that fit into a TV episode? It doesn't. You have to
it doesn't.
It'll never one-to-one translate. And that's also why I'm kind of concerned for the Silent Hill 2 movie, because I feel like a lot of the implication is going to have to be replaced with outright showing. I think one of the biggest strengths of the Team Silent games is that they heavily imply things with imagery, very disturbing imagery, sound effects, what have you, but you don't see graphically violent things really ever. I mean, even when Maria gets stabbed, it's off screen both times. You hear it, but you don't see it. So, you know, I think in the movie,
Subtlety.
right? I think in the movie they're gonna have to replace that, and I'm already envisioning like a scene where Pyramid Head just like butchers somebody or something. So I can only
Microsoft
imagine.
Hands was never known for subtlety, Stamp.
Yeah. Well, he's a true gamer, so you know, as we all know, he deserves our
Hardcore.
utmost respect.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, I'm streaming you now. Or I'm streaming us discussing this now. Is it okay that I have your bits in the background of the Stampede's apartment bit? Is that okay?
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah, no problem.
right.
Yeah, that's
My
fine.
bad. I don't know how to get rid of it.
No, you're good, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's is it the Discord window you mean? Like the
Yeah.
So you should be able to pop it out and then full screen it. That's what I do. I pop it out and I full screen our call window, and then I just window capture the call window. That way it's literally just that and nothing else.
I am a stupid person, and you're gonna have to give me a second.
Nah, dude. I went through all the trial and error during season 1, which feels like ancient history now. Actually, while you're doing that, I'm actually gonna run to the bathroom really quick, so I'll be right back anyway. Yeah, give me just a sec.
Go for it. All right.
Gotta refill that caffeination, dude.
You're good, man.
You're in charge. Keep these degenerates in line.
Actually, I'm not even looking at the chat. I should probably be looking at the chat then. Give me just a sec, folks. I sincerely apologize for my ineptitude. Oh, there's so much to learn. There's so much education to be had here. You have no idea. Wang, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, it doesn't really even matter, does it? At least on my end. On my end. It doesn't matter on my end. I'm trying to. Oh, that's why. That's exactly what it is. There it is. Okay. I did a learn. I have done a learn. Learns have been done. Can't get worse than the last stream. Wait, hold on. So what's going on? What's going on Stamp's end? If there are any questions that you'd like to ask me,
We're back.
For example. Oh, you're back. All right, welcome back.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I'm sorry. No DSP 2016 moments out here. Let me switch back.
Have you been keeping up with him? By the
Dude,
way?
he's on his redemption arc right now, for real, big time. Did you know about that?
Yeah, apparently.
Did you watch those videos of
Apparently.
him talking to Keemstar on his own podcast, which people
Yeah.
thought would literally never happen?
Yeah. I know way too much about this arc.
Yeah. Yeah, he went
The
on
Kino Casino stuff.
Yeah, he went on Kino Casino and he, he like fit right in with those guys. Like they had a like 4 or 5 hour long stream where they just roasted Review Tech USA the whole time, and then after that, like he's just been collaborating with people, and he actually apologized to Keemstar. That's like the biggest character development you will ever see this side of, I don't even know. But that is some character development. Apologizing to Keemstar for Darkside Phil would have been unheard of just a couple years ago.
You would not. If someone told you that Darkside Phil communicated with Keemstar on stream and apologized for his behavior,
Yeah.
and then Keem accepted his apology, you would think that you're just lying.
Yeah.
That's absolute absurdity.
You had a
How dare
dream
you?
about that, and then you woke up because it's not in reality. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not real. It's impossibly real.
So, hey, Darkside Phil will never watch my content, but let me just say, let's do an episode. Come on and let's talk about fighting games, Darkside Phil, because your redemption arc, I respect it. When I heard you apologize to Keemstar,
that's literally the only reason why I watched any of his stuff recently is because I love watching him get stomped on in Street Fighter 6. Like, that's it.
Yeah, 50K to be on Lolcow Live.
The drama surrounding him, but like the man is obsessed with being good at Street Fighter 6, despite his inability to be.
Well, here's the thing, like what people and I had this idea like years ago, but he was so defensive and so just, I don't talk to anybody, I'm just in my own world. And he even acknowledged the other day, I thought it was hilarious, he acknowledged the term snort fort that people use for his house, the snort fort in Renton, Washington. But he just wouldn't talk to anybody ever. But I was like, I think it could be interesting to do an interview with him because he is a fighting game OG. He was in the arcades in the late 90s in the East Coast, like in Connecticut and their fighting game scene and everything. So I would actually love to talk to him about arcade culture and, where he thinks that started to decline and why he thinks that arcades aren't a popular culture in America, yet they're thriving in Japan. Like, I'd love to have these conversations with him, but he was so locked down that he would have just been like, no, I don't trust you. I think you're going to turn out to be a secret detractor. So, dude, I might actually shoot my man's an email. I'm just going to say, I might actually shoot him an email. That would be amazing.
Give it a go.
He said on a recent stream.
DSP? Are you serious?
Yes. Dude, he said on a recent stream he's going to collaborate with anybody and everybody that he can. So, hey, dude, if the offer's on the table, I'll shoot you an email. I'd love to talk.
If we could do, could we do
a
3A combo?
Yes, dude, we should. Let's try it. Yes, I would love to.
There's so many things I'd like to ask this guy. Like, seriously.
100%.
Oh my god. Yeah, give it a go. I'd love to see if he respond to it, and I guarantee you, like, he'll probably talk about it on his podcast, right?
Yeah,
his one man podcast bit. Yeah, I imagine he'd be all for it.
Yeah, and like, and here's the thing. Yes, I will freely admit I have had streams in the past where I watched detractor videos, but what I love is that Phil is not only acknowledging this, but I've seen a lot of people donating to a stream and saying, you know what? I did have a problem with some of the things that you've done in the past, but I do respect that you're actually starting to own up to these things. You're starting to apologize for these things. It's showing that even though, it happened a lot later than some people would have expected, you're actually trying to move past all that. And I respect that. So there's a lot of people that are labeled like former detractors, and I would consider myself one of them. So, like, you know what, dude, if you're trying to do better, there are still some things I would like you to admit, but you know what? Those will come out when they come out.
You do realize this is a long con, right? You do realize that.
Listen, I don't claim to know anything. The only thing I know is that I would love to talk to the guy on here. I would love to do that.
Like, we're being genuine because we have no association with any of these characters and whatever it is that they're attempting to do.
Right.
But it's very obvious. Long con.
Yeah, and you know, there's still, you know, he was talking about the other day, there's like this 4-hour June the King documentary that's apparently in the works of like, and it's going to be the most extensive DSP documentary ever made. So I'm sure that that's also going to muddy the waters and probably create a whole new detractor community or whatever it happens to be. But like, here's the thing. I don't want anybody to live the way that he has lived for the past 10 years. Yeah, it's funny. Like, people laugh about some of the things that he said and like lashing out at his chat and everything. But like, ultimately, and this is going to sound like a very bleeding heart answer, but I do want the best for him because I don't want him to just sit here and be in his hermit stream and just talk to his own chat of like a few hundred people for until he's 50. Like, I want him to branch out. I want him to collaborate. And to Keemstar's point, like, can you imagine how viral it would go if he appeared on like a cooking show? Like, he brought back Cooking with the King, which he hasn't done since like 2010, and he goes on and does a cooking collaborate. It would blow the fuck up. The internet would explode, dude. Like, he needs to do this stuff. I want like the side scroller said on their interview with him, I want people to be able to move on past the WWE champion stuff. He even played it on stream recently, which was hilarious. I want people to move on past all this stuff. I want him to be able to move on, and I want him to have like this arc where he collaborates with people, goes out away from the snort fort, so to speak, and like talks to Maximilian, dude. I want him to do that shit, man, for real.
Right, yeah. Did he try to communicate with Maximilian Dude on Twitter?
Yeah, he's been.
We're like, okay, so the MVC collections are coming out, the fighting collections are coming out, and he's like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to do a couple of sets? I don't know how to get in touch with you, so because your DMs are locked, so I don't know how to get in touch with you. And then he's like, oh, well, there's a talent agency that he's associated with. I probably should have communicated with them instead. So he sent an email to them as well. It's just, I don't wish the worst for this man. Yeah. Absolutely not. I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think there's anything wrong with him doing what he does. He has to. What else? What other options does he have? That's what he does as a job.
Yeah.
At the same time, when you say that you don't wish the worst for this person, he made this bed.
That's true. It is very true.
He does not have the self-awareness to acknowledge that. And I feel like at this point, that's where the issue lies. At least with the people who are considered his detractors, the people who make their own means of income on mocking him, on
clipping him and clipping up his streams and titling the videos with like really inflammatory titles and stuff. Yeah.
So like, there's something wrong with that, and I absolutely disagree with the means that they've acquired a lot of the information they have on him. These are criminal acts and morally and ethically dubious at best. If we really were to sit down and get down to brass tacks, these are not the way you
criticize an online person. Like I mean? The person who socially engineered his social security number literally like went into hiding after that information came out because it is so illegal. And he even said in the post, like, what I did was illegal. So.
But like, they are the people who his detractors are, have performed just as illegal, or have been just as illegal in their activity, digging up evidence about him.
Yeah.
If you're going through bank records that are exclusively between the bank and the account holder, you've committed a crime. And I don't condone any of that. Don't do that. That's wrong.
and people were talking about the bank account thing. Did you also know that like his entire credit report from all 3 major bureaus leaked around that time too? Like, it was insane, dude. Like,
that's nuts.
That's insane.
I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's normal. That's not normal human behavior. Hate anybody all day, all the way you want. That's fine. Don't sort through their personal, private records with banks. Don't do that.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a good idea.
And Wang in my zipper said, the e-begging is too much for me. Getting pissy about donating. People will support if they can or want. It shouldn't be expected or demanded. I agree. I think that
I agree.
And I think that if someone were to confront him, like if Keemstar were to confront him and say, look at these clips, Phil, like you can't condone this type of behavior, right? Like you're like going in on your chat and saying like you're obviously getting frustrated and lashing out when you don't meet your donation goals and stuff. Like I think if you were to talk to DSP now, he would actually own up to that. And my philosophy, again, that people are probably going to call me a bleeding heart liberal for saying this, but my policy is like anybody can come back from that type of shit. Like I think that you could redeem at any point, but the number one thing that you have to do is hold yourself accountable
Take
for
the
behavior.
count.
Exactly. If you hold yourself accountable, you genuinely apologize and make meaningful change, those three factors, what else can people expect from you? Do they want you to get on your hands and knees and like grovel for forgiveness? Like, no, if you do those three things, then most reasonable people will turn around and say, okay, yes, he did these things when he was grown enough. He was in his fucking 30s. He should have known better. But regardless of whether he acknowledges it when he's 40 or 50 or 60, the fact that he is actively acknowledging it, making meaningful change, and trying to move on past that sort of era, I have respect for that. I really do.
Agreed.
So I would love to talk to him, and I will probably when we're finished with all this, and at some point over the weekend, I'd love to shoot him an email through his business email and ask him, would you want to come on and talk? Because I think it could be really cool.
Future, not future. Fudge has been throwing some shade in my chat, going future asking Stamp to set up a threesome with DSP.
Just put that in the subject line of the email. Proposal for three-way for Darkside Phil, and he's just like, oh my god. No, he'd probably report me immediately. Report the email, send it to the feds.
Ban.
Gone forever.
Forever.
Like how we all know the quotes. Like we know the quotes by fucking heart at this point, but
we do.
Yeah.
See, this is why I can say this publicly now. I can officially announce this. Stamp, if there were ever an opportunity for us to do a podcast together, I would sign on hand and fist.
Dude.
There is no doubt that we could just like talk about shit.
100%, because despite the fact that we only met as recently as like 2-3 years ago, we have like the same upbringing, the same interests. We were into the same things at the exact same years. It's like fucking uncanny how many things we agree on and know about. And so it's like, I mean, that's a no brainer, dude.
There's just a thing, man. And
yeah,
if there was any way to make that happen, if we were interested in that in the future, no pun intended, I would be all the way down, absolutely down.
Yeah, dude. Like I said, this is an
Getting
OVA.
my camera working correctly on your end.
Yeah, this is an OVA. This is an aside. This is a side quest, as the kids say these days. The WoW of Warcraft players would use such a term. But when season 2 comes back in full swing, Wednesday nights are going to be like my shit. And I might actually switch to Friday nights because that's the most sensible thing. Like in terms of in the US, I know it's like Friday morning for you or Saturday morning for you because you're ahead, right?
It is Saturday afternoon now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're basically like almost a full 24 hours ahead.
Yes, most likely. But that doesn't mean that we can't work our way around that. We can work the schedule out.
Yeah. Well, look, it's out there. Darks Fadil, as he was jokingly called by somebody that was trolling him one time. I would love to talk to you. I think we could have some great conversations about arcade culture. I think we could have some great conversations about this redemption arc that you're on right now. And I want the best for you, dude. I really do. So he's not going to see this clip or anything, but like, I'm going to fire off the email and I might clip it and send it to him just to see what he says. Now, he probably has a lot of people.
No, go. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
No, you're fine. He probably has a lot of people asking him right now, but I think it would be a really fun conversation. I really do. Not going to lie, it'd be a little bit nerve-wracking because there is like this army of detractors like with eyes on everything that he does. And so that would inevitably mean that I'm introducing myself to that by proxy. But, I think, you know what? I still think it would be worth it. I think it would be a really cool thing to do.
there's a lot on the line in
Yeah.
the event that you could have an opportunity to have a conversation with this individual. Because
Right.
regardless on how you think of the individual, he's a public figure.
Yep. Very public, a lot more than
He's
people
known.
realize.
It's one of those, oh, I recognize that individual. I might not know his name or I might not know his actual name, but I recognize that person. I've seen him before in a certain capacity, whether it be positive or negative. That kind of energy being deposited onto your stream would garner a lot of attention.
Yeah, and like I said, I think I represent a lot of the former detractor community in the sense that I was deep into those communities and I believed without question most of everything that they said. And, regardless, even if they were telling the truth in every way, like I love to see a comeback story. I love to see somebody go through, the because I don't remember the terms, like the crest and the trough of the wavelength, right? I like to see somebody go through the peaks and the valleys. So right now he's on a peak and I want to pick his brain and like see how he feel. Like, is he going to keep this going? Because, the typical lol cow thing is like they just never can break the cycle. The whole meme about he can
before the fall comes,
yeah, like the whole meme is like he can't get off a level 1 or whatever. So there's already people doubting and saying like, oh, he still won't get to level 2, like he'll screw something up or like something's going to happen and he'll squander it. I don't know, man. Like when I watched his most recent level 1 podcast when he talked to Keemstar and stuff, I actually found myself surprised at how with this new mentality that he has, he actually comes across as kind of likable, which it was like,
Really?
yeah, no, he really does. Like he's actually talking about stuff he's done in the past as if it was stupid. He's totally owning up to it. He's saying sensible things about like how to move on and just put all that shit behind him. Like it's actually crazy the change that
I was always under the impression that he was kind of leaning into the heel aspect of his personality. I feel like he was just kind of, if that's how people see me, I just will just go all the way with it. I'm like, okay, that's some semblance of self-awareness. Like I always appreciated that, but like it's just been recently. And that's just because, Kino Casino kind of propped him up and now he has a whole lot more people paying attention to him. That was my like consensus.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that he is leaning into the whole king of hate thing. Like he's going on this like the king is back and he has all these like the felting people, as if they're he's and but it's a meme. Yeah, I mean,
is that a fucking Kino Casino term?
Yeah,
what the fuck
it
is
is.
that?
Like,
Started using that unironically? That's weird.
yeah, and it's like, he's leaning into it, but he's not the way he used to. The way he used to do it is, I'm the king of hate and I insult everybody and I'm super negative and toxic. Now he's not doing that. Now he's just playing into the stupid meme aspect of it of like, he calls his donations like the king's tax and things like
Right.
that. Like
Yeah.
he's playing into the meme side of it, not so much like the dark, negative, venomous, what he used to do in the past. So at least he's approaching it in a more content oriented way. Cause in the past he would just straight up insult people. He would message them nasty shit on Twitter, like going in like back and forth on people like Shady K, who was a fighting game player from way back in the day. So I think the way he's going about it now, like somebody obviously gave him good advice of like, Phil, just lean into this king meme. Lean into the WWE champions meme. Just own it,
Yeah, once the Kino Casino stuff started, I feel like he's gotten a lot more confident.
Yeah.
I would say arrogant, but I think confidence is really what it is. Because
Yeah.
he has someone like on the back end saying, "Hey man, why not just lean into this meme? Because obviously it's working.
Right.
Why not just go all the way with it?"
Yeah.
I feel like that's what's happening.
Dude, the way that you become a lol cow on the internet is by taking yourself too seriously. That's it. That is the slippery slope.
Yep,
If you can't handle trolling,
Streisand effect.
Yep.
Streisand effect.
Absolutely. If you can't handle trolling, someone comes into your chat and says, like if somebody came into my chat. Yeah, if somebody came into my chat and like they typically do, like if I'm doing the eyeshadow thing or whatever, they're like, you're gay, this, that, or the other. If I'm like, oh fuck you, like, I just explode and I'm so upset about it, like that is the textbook definition of live stream fail bait. That is gonna get posted, that's gonna get clipped up, And next thing you know, you're going to be known as that clown who put himself on camera and couldn't handle the slightest little bit of mild criticism. So how you become a lolcow is taking yourself too seriously on the internet. That's literally how it all starts. So for him to lean into the meme and joke about the mobile game and the spending and Hogan polls, I think it's funny. Like to just say, oh yeah, you just funded a Hogan poll for me. Like he's finally understanding that, like, dude, just fucking lean into it.
Yeah.
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 It's not that serious.
Oh wait, so sorry. Just quick bit. Shadow Man is hanging out on my end. He's part of your
community.
Wonderful community, and he's hanging out with me. Thank you, Shadow Man, and I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
Yeah, Shadow Man's a cool guy. Yeah, he. I actually have your shout out pinned. So anybody that I talk to, I always like to, have your link and everything at the top of the chat. We give proper credit out here. I'm not one of those online dummies that tries to credit steal and clout chase. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's all right. I'm gonna do the same thing then. God damn it.
In the past, I was an angry young man on this platform. Everyone is bouncing back and forth. What do you mean? Oh, you mean the chatters? Yeah. Here's the thing.
And I did it wrong.
I want to ask you guys in my chat, like, do you think it would be a bad idea for me to reach out to DSP and try to talk to him? And here's the thing, it doesn't have to be like a 2-hour long conversation. I just want to talk to him about some things that I've wanted to talk to him about for a while, but he was so like defensive and untrusting of everybody that he wasn't willing to talk about anything because he just thought that like he's going to get ambushed by detractors and interrogation questions and stuff. Like, I would love to just talk to him about shit. Like, just talk to him about arcade stuff and fighting games and things that don't have to do with drama. Because that already happened on the Side Scrollers podcast. Like, they got all those questions out of the way. We know what he's going to answer and what he's not going to answer. So there's no reason to ask him again. I think it could be a really cool conversation.
Can you imagine if that was season 2?
Oh, the premiere? That would be so fucking cool.
That would be it.
Yes, dude, it would be. And I would love to appear on his show too. Because he would obviously be doing a very similar thing to me where he would have level 1 going while I would have this going. Like, it would be super awesome to have that happen. So we'll see.
What do you think he knows about Silent Hill? Because I know he knows absolutely nothing. But if we did know anything about Silent Hill, what do you think he would be familiar with?
I would love to talk to him about his Silent Hill 2 hard mode playthrough because his chat bullied him into selecting hard and he suffered through that whole playthrough. It's one of the funniest ones he's ever done. Because like in the hospital descent as you're going to the elevator, he didn't know that he had to shoot Pyramid Head, so he died like 40, 50 times. And I would love to ask him, like, Phil, why did you select hard? Like, he did it in RE0 as well. Like, he's sitting there at difficulty selection and his chat is like, oh, a real gamer would pick hard. And like, he picks hard. It's like, dude, this isn't a fucking competition. You're going to suffer through this playthrough because you wanted to like prove you're a real gamer. Come on, man.
That's his whole thing. Like, I gotta say this. Like, of all of Phil's failings, his desperate need to affirm his ability to play Street Fighter, especially in the modern age, is really, it's entertaining to watch, but it's sad to see. If that makes any sense.
Right.
You can't play Street Fighter, man.
And it goes back to the taking yourself too seriously thing. Like, Phil, nobody in the chat is concerned about your rank. Like, we just want to watch you play the game and have fun and this, that, the other. Nobody wants you. Nobody needs you to be master rank number 1. Like, no. But for some reason, he's like hell bent on being high rank. It's like, dude, it doesn't matter. Like, it's about content now. You're not competing anymore. You don't have to be that competitive.
And it's always with low tier. Like, he's like, I'm gonna get master with E Honda. Why? What are you trying to prove?
Yeah. I mean, yes, you could probably get master rank with every character in the game. I believe he could probably do that, but like, what does that prove? Like, I don't know. It's like he has a.
What are you trying to accomplish with this? This is a fool's errand.
Yeah, it's like he just has a weird prideful thing about it. But that's something that I would love to talk to him about as well. Like, since you're on this sort of this upward trend right now. I would love, one thing that I think could really turn around a lot of people's opinions of him is if he turned around and said, and he leaned into the Evo 2005 meme of the whole thing where he like was the highest placing American player, but it was like a really inferior version of the game. So there's like an asterisk. I would love if he leaned into that and started joking about that. Like, you know, something I always thought would be hilarious is like, if anybody asks him for anything, he could just say, well, when you get 5th place at Evo, yes, I can do that for you. But until then, don't ask me again. Like, there's so much opportunity for comedy there that he's not taking advantage of.
He's not taking advantage of, because he feels like every time he, I guess, inserts himself into the public eye, people are just going to deride him anyway. So he's
Right.
already just kind of like mentally preparing himself to deflect it. So he's like, no,
Yeah.
I'm fuck you. I don't care about what you think.
Yeah.
But then why approach anything ever?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I was talking about when he was in his defensive hermit mode, he would, if you mentioned something about Evo 2005 not being legit because of the version or whatever, he would explode and just be like, no, it was. And everybody else that doesn't is a fucking idiot that doesn't believe. Like, I feel like he's over that now. Like, if you were to bring that up in a jokey manner, he would probably laugh with you about it because it is funny. Like, the situation of like, it's a PlayStation version that is fucked beyond belief. Like, there's so many properties that don't work right. And he, just because he practiced it a bunch, he beat all the other American players, but they kind of formed like folding their arms and they're like, this version sucks. This isn't a legit tournament, you know? So it's like, it does kind of have an asterisk and it is kind of a funny topic of conversation. I just want him to lean into that stuff, man. Like, just fully lean into every single detractor meme, turn it into,
embrace it.
yeah, for sure. Because if you have, it's like Keemstar said, and Keemstar is like the master of doing this, regardless of how you feel about it. That dude knows how to lean into memes. He said this to Phil, and it's so true. He's like, dude, you have 50,000 people all spread across these detractor channels talking about WWE champions, talking about Hogan pulls, talking about, you know, you not leaving the snort fort. Like, you need to make all of these things into your stream animations, into your stream assets, into, you know, you need to call your donations like he has started doing. Like, they're funding Hogan pulls. Like, just fully embrace everything, because it could be 50,000 people saying it, and if he fully embraces it, it could be 100,000 people. It could be 150,000 people saying it. So, you know, if you have
fast to the cringe that you are, just
exactly
fast to the cringe.
It's like there's this fighting game player named Smug, and he was a really, really good Street Fighter 4 player, and he had the right mentality from day one. Like, somebody asked him, like, you have some haters because people didn't like the character he played and they thought he was a fraud and whatever. And he's like, yeah, if I have 10 haters, I'm going to figure out by the next week how to get to 20, because that's how you build clout on the internet. You have to be okay with having haters. And that's just how it is. If you're not okay with having haters, you don't need to be on the internet, because they're going to exist no matter what you do.
Yep.
So that's the mentality.
I guess maybe he's kind of.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, that's the mentality that Phil needs to embrace. He needs to embrace that these haters are never going away. So I'm just going to lean into everything they have to say, fully agree with them. And what ammo are they going to have if he does that? Not much. They're going to have to make new things.
Exactly. I feel like when he just embraces the reality that he's going to have detractors, regardless of what he does, regardless of how he operates on the internet, he's already proven to himself and to the public to a point that this is the way he is and he will always be this way.
Yep.
Just accept it and just operate under that.
Yeah, it's like
no need to.
Review Tech USA is the same deal, man. Like, he has been on the internet for so long, and yet he still like seems to struggle with this concept that he has trolls. And he takes it so personally and gets on stream and gets so angry and venomous at his trolls. It's like, dude, you're doing exactly what they want. You were on the internet when the term "don't feed the trolls" was like the main moniker that most YouTubers lived by, and you're still doing it like 15 years later. What is going on, man? They're gonna exist.
Responsible for the you cultivate. You are responsible for the community you cultivate.
Absolutely. I have a crazy shit, literally crazy shit that has come through my Discord DMs, my Twitch whispers. I've talked about it a lot. If I were to sit on here and do a 2-hour complaining session where I say, you know, you motherfucking trolls, like you need to watch your backs because I have all your information. Like, That's what some people do. They take it that seriously. It's like, no, dude,
They go hard.
you're on camera. You are open to criticism. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter if you think you look good. It doesn't matter if you think you're good at games. You're going to have haters because that's the way that society works. That's the way the internet works. Until you're comfortable with that, you should not be on camera, especially not live. God, that is a recipe for disaster. If you can't handle that and you're live streaming, oh, you're getting clipped up all over live stream fails, dude.
This isn't going to be clipped on live stream fails. I feel like this is very competent conversations that we're having. And I'm very happy with what's happening right now.
Dude, for sure. I always love talking because like I'm a very long-winded person, as you probably know, especially when I'm caffeinated. So it's tough for me to like get everything out in Twitch messages. It's always easier for me to just talk to people straight up.
Reaching out, and for God's sake, like you and I just have this rapport. Sorry.
No, it's true. You mention something, and almost always when you say like you may not know what I'm talking about, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I don't have to Google it. I just know. So it's awesome how that works. You two should make a broadcast or a podcast on the radio about everything in horror game. Shadow Man said it. That's exactly what you said earlier, dude. Maybe we should.
This might be a sign.
I think it is. This is
I don't know.
You're also the first repeat guest ever. So, I mean, that's already a milestone.
I don't know. I thought Blockbuster John was pretty good.
Yeah, John's a really cool guy. He, the thing that I like the most about John is like, I first started watching him when I was absolutely shit at fighting games. And his number one thing is he just wants everybody to be better. So, you go to some people and they're like, you're a scrub, you're terrible. And they just leave it at that. Like they just insult you and that's it. But like John's thing is he wants everybody to know more about the game. He wants everybody to improve. And
right.
Yeah, he's just very generous with his time. Like he would be willing. John is the type of guy who would jump on a call and show you things about the game for like 3 hours just because he wants to. So he's a very cool guy.
Blockbuster John's fucking awesome. Just go ahead and follow him too.
He also has like an 81 watch streak, which is fucking insanity. And I don't think he's been here tonight. So his streak is in danger. But yeah, he has like an 81 watch streak in my damn stream, which is insane. I think that's every stream going back to 2023 at this point that he's been here for.
If he's not here tonight, then maybe something's wrong, and maybe you need to contact him just to.
Well, he was he was streaming earlier, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, he might just be burnt. And give him a nap.
Trying to kill the streak. I'm not trying to kill the streak, dude. There's just a certain person that's been absent. You know what I'm saying? Got to reach out. But no, I just think that this diversifying content is so fucking important. And I think a lot of times me and you, we kind of get caught up in our formulas, which for you is like, which I love, like listening to music and commenting on it because you have experience with audio production and stuff. And then, you play Final Fantasy 11 sometimes, you play horror games sometimes. And mine is like an hour of talking straight into a horror game, period, end of story. That's like all I do 24/7.
Final Fantasy 9, Stamp.
I'm sorry, Final Fantasy 9. I'm not a big JRPG enjoyer, unfortunately, but yeah, it's like
I love you.
Yeah, it's like we have our formulas, but it's so important to diversify what you do because like these conversations, I actually find these incredibly enjoyable just because just as a foundational thing, it's not the same old straight into a game. Like Twitch is about way more than that, I feel like. So the more you do and the more you branch out, the more fun it's always going to be.
Agreed. Absolutely agree.
And it's palpable too. Like chat can pick up on when people are and are not enjoying things. Oh,
and when it's not genuine, when it doesn't feel genuine or feel human, they'll notice. They'll say, this seems manufactured.
Yeah.
And then they'll walk away.
Yeah. And people can pick up on it a lot. Like, who would win, Stamp or Roman numerals in long-running JRPG titles? Listen, at least I don't think that a V is a down arrow. And I'll stand on SOB, standing on business, you know what I'm saying? I can never be accused of that. But, yeah. It's the same two
Stamp
letters,
is
dude.
Genuine, okay?
It's an IX and an XI.
That's what I fuck with him. Stamp is genuine, first to last, start to finish.
Yeah, SOB son of bitch. Fudge me. Oh my god. I'm putting a censor bar over that message, dude. That was foul. The thing you said about Sabrina Carpenter was foul too, but I'm not going to get into that. Anyways, that's somebody I won't clout chase. Yeah, I think that the other thing, just talking about the lol cow culture, is like I don't want to see Wings I don't want to see Wings continue what he's doing either, of like just waking up in a dark room and playing Rainbow Six his whole life. I just think these guys could do way more in terms of content because they're bigger names than they realize because their detractors have just expanded their names like everywhere, and they just got to capitalize on that. Once they can tap into that and they can monetize that attention, oh, they're on easy street, dude.
I feel like a lot of it is, I mean, maybe this is a personal opinion, but like I feel like they've just kind of leaned into this wearing the clown makeup, therefore perform like a clown. That's
Right.
the aesthetic, that's the style, that's the structure. It's easy money. Keem has afforded them the opportunity to make easy money being dipshits on the internet. Yes, they've made a bed for themselves and they now lay in it, but to lay in it for exploitation is another thing altogether. I feel like there's something wrong with that. They're talented people. They were there at the beginning doing what they loved and were competent at it. Like you can
Yeah.
argue that, yeah, Wings is a bit of a lol cow, but dude knew how to play COD.
Yeah.
Dude was around with the Syndicate.
Yeah.
They fucked around.
And the other
If he
thing,
knew how to lose, you would have leaned into that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that was one of the biggest problems is he took himself too seriously because he created all this artificial like I'm so good that I will fucking destroy Syndicate. I'll put money on it. Let's play right now. Let's live stream right now. And then he fucking lost.
Right.
Like instead he could have just
Right.
been like, "Oh yeah, like let me just play into this and we'll just have a fun casual match." Like they could have talked after the match and said good games, but instead he like dropped it and called Woody, the F slur, shall we say. Like, dude, that's just not how you conduct yourself. Even back then, that was like fucking unacceptable and very childish to do. It was just a tantrum is what it was.
Exactly. It's so childish.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that you're a 20-something-year-old individual, you should know how to accept the loss, take it on the chin, and say, "I got a lot to learn," and then make that your arc.
Right.
Like, why would you throw it all away on a trash match with someone that you talked to on the internet publicly, and you guys had a rapport? You know what I mean?
And
There's
that wasn't
so much you could do with that.
And that wasn't even a legit match. Fucking Syndicate is in the UK. Wings is in South Carolina. Like that connection was a goddamn joke. That wasn't even a serious 1v1. Like if they wanted to make this a real thing, they would have like flown Wings out there or flown Syndicate here and done like a LAN 1v1. Now that would have been a legit match, but like
that would have been something you could milk for content.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The best COD players across the pond. Like, there's a thing you could do with that.
Best best zombies player versus a top 1v1 player. Like you could have turned this into a big production thing of like place your bets and this, that, and the other. Fudge Me said, when you think about it, their careers are a form of prostitution/porn. They're selling themselves for entertainment, and people are finding ways to make money off their bodies, their time, their entertainment without giving them a dime. Yeah, and I think that, it also doesn't help when there's like this copy strike arms race going on. Like Wings wants to copy strike channels when they make absurd accusations of like God only knows what. Just you can probably picture some of the accusations being thrown out there. They make thumbnails of him with like a Hitler. They make thumbnails of him like with his arm around Joseph Stalin and Hitler as if they're buds. Like they do crazy stuff. Okay. So I understand why he copy strikes them. But at the same time, that is not a good way to go about it. Like you can copy strike the dangerous stuff, but when you do that, it also plays back into the taking yourself too seriously thing. And it turns into this us versus them, me versus the detractors. Who's going to win? And it's like, dude, the streamer is never going to win. You're outnumbered.
Knowing what we know now about his personality and how he reacts to things like that, I don't think he's been able to handle that kind of scrutiny.
Right.
But if he were able to, he could have taken this and propelled his career.
Yeah.
Like you take a loss and you walk with it, and you walk with it, and you make yourself better, and then you make that the journey to success. Like,
Yeah.
why on earth would you not want to advertise? Like, yeah, I fucked up. I talk a big game, and yeah, maybe I lose a few games here and there, especially to someone who's one of the most important COD streamers on the planet.
Yep.
I lost to him. Means I got some work to do. Make that your arc.
Yeah, like we're talking about with Phil, like Wings could have taken that, and when he started his Twitch career, like make your donation sound you slamming the controller after you lost the match. Lean into it. Like people would find it so funny that every time they donate you $5, they hear you controller slam. Or like make a redeem. Make like a sound redeem where every time it's like, I told you not to stream that shit, you know, like him throwing it in. Like just monetize it. That's what you have to do. When everybody's in on the joke, everybody benefits because the detractors are laughing,
Everyone
you're
benefits.
laughing. Yes.
It's a net positive. Exactly.
Chain Feeds is too insane to
Like-
play COD. He's the god of COD. Boogie gets way more hate now, I feel like. Well, dude, I don't even think this is a hot take. I think what Boogie did is worse than anything Wings or DSP has done. And we all know what we're talking about there.
Temporary tattoo liar on your cheek. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, oh my God. Like, and I'm not even trying to lean into this whole thing, but like Boogie, I kind of agree with what Keem said about the whole Boogie situation, which was his doctor said that it could potentially be this very serious diagnosis. And he found an opportunity to say, he basically was like, he heard that and he thought, YouTube, you know, make the thumbnail. I have X, even though he was told you might potentially have X, but we still have to do some further testing and this, that, and the other. So he ran to the internet and said, I have this without any definitive diagnosis.
Okay, so hold on. I need to pee. I
Yeah.
want to discuss this.
Yeah, no problem.
briefly, Because I have my thoughts and I have my opinions, but I would like to discuss this with you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, go for it, dude.
Pee first.
Bro saw an opportunity to commit fraud and took it. Yeah, I mean, it's like, and here's the thing. Boogie's content, if you go back to like very early YouTube, we're talking like 2006 or 7, he's always made videos talking about serious topics, talking about his health, talking about his social life, his mental health, and all these things. And the thing that started Boogie's like quote unquote lolcow arc, because people don't realize he had a good reputation until like 2016. He had a good reputation. He was known as like a nice, wholesome guy who made a bunch of mistakes in the past, but he was trying to do better. Who's Boogie? Boogie is Boogie2988. Hey, what's up, John? But yeah, Boogie is Boogie2988. And he, what is this? Anyway, so back in 2016 or so, he had a really good reputation. He was at like 4.7 million subscribers. This is Boogie. He was at like 4.7 million subscribers. He's now down to 3.9. And his views have like really lowered ever since. But he had a good reputation on the internet until about 2016. He was on a steady growth arc. Like he was just steadily growing over time and everything. And then he got really, really active on Twitter. Oh, that was Francis Wang. That was a character that he used to play called Francis. But he started to get really active on Twitter. And one night he said something really weird, which is that he was like replying to somebody. I think he was replying to like Philip DeFranco or like a big creator like that. And he said, Boogie is a character that he plays. And, you know, he said, Boogie is a character that I play. And Philip DeFranco was like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean he's a character that you play? And he said, Boogie is like the centrist, nice guy that I try to be, whereas the Twitch version of me is more closer to the real version of what I'm like. And as soon as he said that, his reputation took a fucking nosedive because people were like, okay, so he just admitted all this time that the character that he plays of Boogie2988 is not his real personality, and that's a character that he puts on to appeal and appear as if he's like this nice centrist who considers both sides, but in reality he's not like that at all. And so immediately his reputation was like, his views went down. People were like, it's kind of two-faced for you to, spend all this time acting like this is your real personality, but it's really just something you put on for YouTube. Oh, sorry, Future's back. And I'm just sitting here on
I mean, I am, but
I'm just sitting here on a yap fest. But, that I was talking about, like, when Boogie's reputation started to turn was when he got way too active on Twitter. And he was like replying to Philip DeFranco and said that Boogie is just a character that he plays, whereas the Twitch version is closer to the real Steven, like his real name. And whenever he said that, that was like when his reputation started to turn, and people started to be like, what? Like all this time, all these videos you've made about these serious topics, and you were just playing a character for the camera?
What do you make of the situation? I was in the bathroom, so I don't know how you feel about the situation, but given the current circumstances, faking cancer, I feel like is like on the highest of tiers of you are a horrible human being and you should not be accepted for your mistakes.
Well, I think that people, I think every year, every month, every week, or even every day, the line between what is acceptable to do for the sake of content gets blurred. And people have, like, there's the whole Kick thing where, like, they convinced a homeless lady to jump into a lake and she almost drowned, and they did it for content. Like, we are literally at the point where people do content that almost kills people. And
I was muted.
and it's like, for him to do that, because wasn't the whole controversy not that he said it, but that he like accepted donations and kind of used that as like a way to funnel donations by saying that he had that diagnosis, but he didn't really. Wasn't that the real controversy?
I think the issue was that, yes, when he was diagnosed with polycythemia, not polycythemia vera, he was he jumped to conclusions and made it public on the internet. And with that diagnosis, people felt sorry for him and supported him through this difficult time, so to speak. Not that polycythemia is a thing to jut your nose at or anything, but like that's not what he was diagnosed with. It's not cancer.
Yeah.
He jumped to conclusions and, being the doomist that he is, that's the term, right? Doomist or doomer?
Doomer. Yeah, doomer, I think is what. Yeah.
That kind of personality would propel himself, and considering that he's a public figure, he would utilize his platform in order to, sensationalize his diagnosis.
Right.
So people would reach out and communicate with him via money, and he took said money.
Right. And there was also, he's actually kind of pushed the boundary on this before, which is in 2019, he made it very public that he's like going to, commit, you know where I'm going with that, but he made it very public that like that was his plan and he was going to go through with it. And Keemstar and a few other people have talked about this. Like at that time, they decided we're all going to call him and we're going to convince him not to do this. And they said that the way he went about the calls was not, he wasn't like thankful for the help. It seemed like he was loving the attention, is what it seemed like. Like he was reveling in the attention. And that's when they were like, wait, did you just do this to get attention from other creators? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
that's the weird bit,
right? Because it goes against every reservation that any normal person would have if they're in such a dark headspace. Like you would thank people for taking the time, you would be appreciative of it. But he said it. But Keem was like, it seemed more like he just loved being contacted by these big names, and like he was kind of just basking in it. And that's not, and that was like, it made it obvious that it was kind of more of a publicity thing. And so that was kind of like the first warning sign, I would say, that he might potentially go that
That's
far.
step one. Yeah. Like that's step one, and then the revelation that it was all fabricated for the sake of being communicated by people that he looked up to or admired or whatever narrative he wanted to manufacture in that regard.
Right.
It's disgusting. It's self-flagellating. It's self-absorbed. It's not don't do that. Don't do that.
Do better. Be better.
Like argue like don't do that thing.
Yeah. Well, and then there's also the very two-faced nature of like back in the day, he made a video about how much money he makes. And I thought that video was really well made. We're talking like 2015, I think, or maybe even 2014 that he made this video, but he said something along the lines of like, he didn't give exact figures, but he said, do this math and you'll get very close to the amount of money we have coming in. And I'm giving you this information so that you can make an educated decision about whether or not you want to contribute to that. And it was like a really well-made video. Like he just very maturely explained that we have a lot of money coming in. I don't expect anything, this, that, or the other. And then whenever crypto became a thing, he comes out and makes a video called I'm Rich with money in the thumbnail, like raining money in the like, what are you doing? You handled it correctly years ago. Why would you make such a tacky ass video about I'm rich and crypto made me rich and this, that, and the other? Like, what happened, dude?
Tasteless.
Yeah, and then less than a year later, he makes a video called I Need Your Help because the crypto crash happened and he lost all of his money.
Right.
Yeah.
That I remember. I remember that video vividly because he was outside, he was on his porch and talking in a very glib manner about how, I put all my money into this one thing that a friend of mine, it was Juggernuggets.
Mick Juggernuggets, yeah. Jesse Ridgway.
Yeah. And he said, well, I put all my money into this thing thinking that it would work out. And for a minute, it did. It did work out a little bit, but then it didn't. And now I lost all of my life savings. You lost your life savings in crypto.
It's the equivalent of someone hitting the fucking lottery jackpot and going broke in a year, because how many people
going broke in a
year? Dude,
6 months.
Yeah, how many people can say that they had 4.7, I think he peaked at like 4.79 million subscribers on YouTube. He was genuinely a millionaire. How many people would be given that opportunity and squander it to such a degree that you can't even pay your monthly bills anymore? If you have a channel of that size, you should coast until retirement. Easy.
Oh my God. It would be funny if it weren't so pathetic.
I know. It's like just the idea that somebody could squander a chance that like 99.5% of people don't get and would love, like that's a dream job for so many people. It's like
wait. So Fudge sent a comment. Well, I was a fucking idiot and ruined my own life after rubbing it in y'all's faces. Anyways, help please.
Yeah, please, ooh woo. It's like, and the funniest thing, my favorite part was the comment calling him out for doing it outside. They're like, you know why he shot this video outside? Because he didn't want us to see his 300 arcade one-up cabinets and collectibles and
over the years that he could easily sell.
Yeah, all the shit that he could like hire somebody and get rid of a lot of this shit on like Facebook Marketplace or eBay and probably cover the cost of anything he would ever need. But instead he'd rather go outside and ask for direct donations. Like, what in the fuck, dude?
God. It's such a it's a cavalcade of errors. It's a
comedy of errors.
It's a shame. Comedy of errors.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a cavalcade of comedy, Stamp.
It's both. Yeah, and actually John said a buddy of his living in Japan has been chronicling his eventual successful attempt to quit his office job. So have you ever worked like a straight up traditional office job in Japan? Is it difficult to quit? Is it like they won't let you, or they'll try to convince you to like take a few days off and think about it or something? Or is it not like that at all?
They can't. Well, the thing is that they're trying to, or not trying, they are. They don't want you to quit, or rather, they don't want to fire you.
Yeah.
Because they would have to pay you a severance, and if they pay you a severance, that's money out of pocket that they don't want to spend.
Right.
So they, allure you into the idea of quitting. So they'll other you, they'll give you a pocket of space in the office where you don't communicate with anybody,
Mhm.
and you just willingly leave of your own accord. That way they don't have to pay you anything.
Right.
Um, a lot of black companies will do that. I can. This is really weird to talk about now because, melanin. But black companies are not what that literally what it literally means is that black companies in Japan are companies that are faulty.
Mhm.
They're built around fault. They're built around owing funds to suggestive
Oh.
sources,
See, when
i.e.,
you said that, I thought you were talking about like the Black Friday thing, where black means they're running in the profit and red means they're running deficit.
Oh,
I
no,
thought
no, no,
that's
no,
what you
no, no,
meant.
no,
I
no,
thought
no.
when you said that,
They're always in the red because they're always,
shady
they owe
business
money.
dealings, shall we say?
What I mean by black companies is that they're faulty by default. Like
Oh, okay.
they're always running on a forgive me for not having my verbosity on me. They're always running on a deficit. They're
Mm,
always running on a deficit. So that means that they're always owing someone for something, and chances are it's the mob.
yeah.
It's probably the mob when they do that.
OMG,
So a black company,
it's just like my Yakuza games, dude.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah, it's,
Kiryu. John said his last
it's
day at
it's
work.
just
He
you like
said,
a dragons, man.
"Oh, I have a story about this, John. Not to. Oh my God, it's like those people that go to
Let's
Japan
get
and they.
into this, man.
Yeah, yeah.
I got another Chuhai on me. I'm
I
ready to go.
I have a story about what John just said. He said his last day at work, he said the company sent a representative to escort him to work and made sure he finished his full shift. Let me tell you guys a story about a very large big box store in the United States. I'm not going to name any names. I'm not going to give any granular details about anything. But let's just
What does it
say
rhyme with?
um, there's very few things that rhyme with it, so it'd be tough for me to. Um, but let's just say yeah, Wang says ball farts. That's close enough, okay? And that's hypothetical. It may rhyme with that, it may not. Um, so this company has a very strong reputation for union busting in that they would rather spend and allocate resources busting unions and making sure that no union ever forms than they would they would literally rather do this than anything else in the world. This is their number one priority, is ensuring that a union never comes about, and they will go
I'm
to
a
absurd
snob.
lengths. Yeah, this is typical God bless America late stage capitalism going on. But I had a friend who worked there, and we were finished at the end of the day, and we have this thing in the back, like there's this baler that basically puts all the cardboard into a bale, and then it gets recycled and this, that, and the other. But that's neither here nor there. We're standing there at the baler, and he makes a joke specifically about how insane they are about union busting. He's like, just make sure you don't say anything about unions and this, that, and the other. So he comes back after the weekend, because this was our Friday, and he tells me like his all the color was gone out of his face, like he was freaked out clearly. And I was like, dude, what is up? Like, are you good or what? And he said two guys in suits came to his apartment, knocked on his door, and said that they wanted to come in and discuss his opinions about unions and that they were from corporate. They literally sent goons to his apartment. Yeah. And he said once he opened the door, they pushed their way inside the door,
Force themselves in?
like Men in Black type shit. Yes, they did.
Whoa. Okay. That's
Yeah.
weird.
And
That's weird.
and they came in to his apartment for like 20 minutes and they discussed his opinions about unions, and then they just walked away. But they made sure to, like, he said the way that they were talking was in kind of a confident yet threatening way, because you know how people have a way of talking where it's like, I respect your opinion, but watch what you say, that type of thing. He said it was
Right.
kind of like that type of rapport, and they just left. And it was literally like a Men in Black situation. They came to intimidate him, and he quit shortly after that. But I was like, holy shit, dude. I thought he was making it up at first, but the truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah, 2 weeks notice right after that.
Yeah, I wouldn't even give that, to be honest. I'd be out.
That's not okay. That's weird.
It's insane.
Ooh, that's disturbing.
Well,
Oh my god.
and also, Kellogg's did insane stuff too. Like Frito-Lay, I think, had a situation where like someone actually died in one of their factories and they just kept working around the dead person. Like because they refused to stop anything to get the now this I don't know for sure if this is real, but that's a rumor that I heard. And then the other thing that
Okay.
Kellogg's also does a ton of union busting. And during the pandemic, they made some really egregious change to like their insurance policy, and so their employees went on strike. And their solution was not to work with these people and work with the people representing like the strike force or whatever. Their solution was to erase the Kellogg's logo off of their popular products so that people didn't know they came from Kellogg's and they couldn't include that in the boycott because they couldn't see the logo. And they
Well, I
fucking
mean,
they use the excuse that they ran out of red ink. Are you fucking shitting me? Yes, you ran out of red ink, so you just magically had to erase the Kellogg's logo. Get the fuck out of here with that nonsense excuse. Complete bullshit.
it's the first time I've heard of that.
Yeah, it is insane, dude. Like the lengths that they will go to not provide basic amenities for employees in the U.S. is hilarious. John said, my friend was already thinking about quitting said job before. What set him off is he had to leave back to the States for bereavement. He had a scheduled vacation that was happening after that. The company said since he went to the States, he wouldn't need to go on vacation anymore. He still ended up taking it. Yeah. It's insane, man.
Excuse me, what?
Amazon factories have definitely worked around employee corpses. I'd believe it. I would believe it for sure.
Oh, definitely. But bloated corpses with water retention who were not able to pee. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't
I
take.
imagine the factory workers are definitely working around that.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories of like some warehouses operate in such a way that your break time detracts from your pay. So if you are a human being and you have to go use the bathroom every now and then, God forbid, you are going to lose money because you're cutting into their productivity, bucko. So you need to speed it up. It's like, what in the fuck, dystopian ass? What is this, dude?
Okay, so this is where we really have to sit down and talk about what human productivity versus artificial productivity means.
Yeah.
When I argue this because this is not how humans are supposed to work. This is not how humans are supposed to operate. Not in terms of a larger structure. Warehouse workers who are working 16 hours a day with no breaks and having to pee in water bottles is not productivity. That's not productive. That's destructive to a species. You are
Yeah.
killing people.
And it's
with
passing
these
off.
operations.
It's passing off managerial responsibility to the entry level employee. Like it should be the responsibility of someone who's good with time management to structure the schedule in such a way that those restrictions aren't necessary. But instead, you're just
But that's
passing off
the thing.
that, you're passing off that responsibility to an entry level worker that just really needs the money and like making it their problem.
But the argument here is that you're passing off that responsibility to a managerial individual who is now suggesting that artificial intelligence should be responsible for that project.
Yeah.
Which means you're removing the human element altogether, which means
Right.
you're killing jobs. So
Yeah.
what is the argument here? What is the solution here?
Yeah, I mean, there's also like, this big transition in retail to self-checkouts. So, they're saving, and this is like the big conundrum. It's like Kroger just admitted to price gouging like crazy during the pandemic. Like they just straight up admitted we price gouge the fuck out of people. And, so what is going on here? You're saving money by not needing to hire cashiers. You have self-checkouts everywhere. So that's a big save. If you think about 3 or 4 cashiers that you no longer need on staff across a whole nation of franchise and different, divisions of your stores, thousands of locations, that savings alone should allow you to either reduce your prices or not need to increase them at all. But instead, we have the opposite happening. They're saving money on staff and still price gouging. So it's like it is just maximum corporate bullshit greed,
It's just greed.
To the
It's-
maximum.
Sounds like you're just greed. Is it greed
Uh,
maxing? Is that what it's
Oh,
called? Is that what the
God.
kids call it now on
Oh, yeah.
TikTok? Greed maxing.
You've heard of looks maxing. Yeah, I don't know, man. And then, we also have like Walmart's working on some crazy shit, dude. Like they apparently have like robotic bees that they're working on to help pollinate certain I'm not even making that up. You can literally look up Walmart robotic bees testing, and they're in the process of doing this.
What?
Yeah, it's a real thing.
You're gonna make me look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
They took self-checkout away at Walmart for theft. Now you have to pay $100 a year to use it. For real? I didn't realize that.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Apparently, like, I guess a lot of people found out loopholes to, like, I guess just jam stuff in bags and pretend that they paid for it. So, yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's easier to steal from Walmart than it's ever been.
Yeah, because, like, eventually nobody's going to want to actually look through every single line item of your receipt. Like, eventually the workers are going to lose interest in doing that all day. So, you can't expect somebody who's paid, like, a door greeter salary to want to sit there and pour through everybody's receipt with a fine-tooth comb,
I feel like the security guard would probably give a shit.
There was also something really creepy that they were working on where they wanted to create a system where you could go to so in America, if anybody doesn't know, because I know some people aren't from here, if you go to the automotive department of most Walmart supercenters, they have a key copier. So if you need like an extra house key or an extra apartment key for like a roommate or a significant other or whatever, you can make one. And they wanted to create a system where you went and made a copy that you leave with the store. That way, if you're at work or you're just not home, you can pay somebody to walk inside your apartment and stock your groceries. They tried to pilot this. And like, no, if I'm not home, you are not. I don't care who the fuck it is. If I'm not home, you're not coming in my apartment for any reason.
No. What would you? What?
I have no idea.
What?
Here it is right here, dude. Walmart robotic bees. Walmart has patented autonomous robot bees that pollinate crops. And this was 6 years ago now.
Mega
So
Corporation's patent specifically covers pollination drones. These tiny robots act just like bees.
yeah. So this is the type of
Pollinating
weird shit that
crops
they're working on.
autonomously.
So it's like, what
The
is
robot
the
bees
what is the
operate-
plan here?
Oh my- Yeah, what is the end game here?
Yeah. I have no clue.
The
And
robot bees would operate using sensors and cameras to help them navigate to crops.
have you also
Flying
seen
around autonomously.
have you seen the Microsoft Coca-Cola merger? Or not merger, there's like a $1 billion deal, like basically a partnership between Microsoft and Coke. Like, what does a fucking sugar water company and a Silicon Valley company have? Like, why are you guys collaborating? What are you collaborating on
What
exactly?
do they have in common, you say?
Yeah.
Investors.
Yeah. Shareholders.
The answer is investors, Stan.
Yeah. So get ready for like a HoloLens ad of somebody drinking a nice crispy cold can of Coke. You know, some stupid shit like that. I can only imagine what we're going to be seeing in the next little bit. But $1 billion deal, my God. So that's one of the weirdest.
With organ pollinating bees.
Yeah, Coke isn't just sugar water. They control a lot of international traffic and shipping lanes. Yeah, I mean, PepsiCo is fucking massive. People don't realize, like, PepsiCo has a lot of food under them, too. Like chips, Frito-Lay is under the PepsiCo umbrella. So Doritos and all that shit. It's all, you know.
It's all interconnected. We're all kind of privy to 3 large mega corporations that are associated with subsidiaries.
Right.
All of them are under one umbrella. And at the end of the day, you're just feeding the machine, regardless on whether or not you think that you're spending your money on alternative solutions. You're not. They're all, if they're lucrative enough, they'll just be inserted or inculcated into a new thing that's just one of the big products or one of the big mega corporations that have, you know, absorbed that property.
Yeah, and we've talked
Unilever.
about that before. Like, there's a food web diagram you
have.
can find, and not only that, there have been mergers that have happened even since then. So when we last talked about it, there were 8 parent companies. It was like Procter and Gamble, Mars, Mondelez, PepsiCo, Coke, and there's like 3 others, and now there's only 6. So 2 mergers have
Was it
happened.
Yum Brands? It's like owning the
Yeah.
majority of the fast food industry.
Yep, and Yum Foods, like Charter Foods. People don't realize like KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, they're all under the Charter
Same shit.
Foods umbrella. So yeah, they all get their shit from the same place, and it's not. Obviously, we know it's not good. Wang said, "What about Bill Gates buying up farmland and genetically modifying fruit with peel?" So what he's talking about is there's this thing that people have like stressed is like a natural remedy for a lot of digestive issues, which is called apple cider vinegar with the mother, which is like an organic apple cider vinegar that you can buy, and it cures things like frequent heartburn and acid reflux and all this shit. But now Bill Gates owns that company and they're using genetically modified fruit. So now it actually exacerbates those symptoms. It's no longer a natural remedy for anything. And now it actually fucks with you because it's been modified.
Do you folks in the States actually eat food anymore?
I
Or is
don't.
everything just genetically
Dude,
bred?
the only
Genetically manufactured? Like, what do you...
the only food I eat with any regularity is grass-fed beef, eggs, and grass-fed butter. I have cut out that stupid shit because it's all enriched, it's all horrible for you, it's all super inflammatory. It is literally the cause of every single preventable disease that we deal with. I mean, obesity is the dead giveaway, but there's like diabetes, early onset is massive right now. Acid reflux, Barrett's esophagus, all these things that have to do with eating all this inflammatory ass, enriched, bleached flour, and all this other shit. So, no, for the most part, we don't eat any real food. But if you cut out all the stupid shit, you can make it work.
But just like, Japan does a lot of the genetic shit with food. Just the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. And, oh, yeah, by the way, speaking of Bill Gates, did you know he has a mosquito manufacturing factory? Like, it's literally it's like a breeding ground for mosquitoes. You ever heard about that?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's a real thing. Literally just look up Bill Gates mosquito factory. It's a real thing. So
Why are we not doing a podcast?
the Gates Foundation and the World Mosquito Program, they are operating in 14 countries, and they have a mosquito program that they claim has protected about 11 million people since December of 2022. The factory breeds 30 million mosquitoes per week. So, like, what in the fuck is going on here, dude?
The Gates Foundation of the World Mosquito Program. Oh my god. It's public.
Yeah. Like, dude,
The World Mosquito Program is a non-for-profit of companies owned by Monash University that works to protect the global community from mosquito-borne diseases. Oh, okay. So the point is that they're farming mosquitoes in order to solve problems that are brought on by mosquitoes. Is that the argument?
Yeah, I believe so. Like they're breeding mosquitoes that don't harbor the diseases, so that the population of mosquitoes that are naturally occurring that may harbor those diseases, I guess, are. I don't know. I wouldn't.
So this is a moral argument here.
Right.
This is a moral argument. Yes, Bill Gates has the money to own a mosquito farm in order to find solutions for problems that mosquitoes posit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Where does it end?
Yeah. How far are we going to genetically and bioengineer and synthetically engineer things that interfere with the natural...
When did the T virus start?
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you know there's a Did you know there's a real Chinese pharmaceutical company that actually uses the umbrella logo?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's fucking crazy, dude.
That's
So,
great.
I mean, Wang said they
Again, lean into it with your chemical manufacturing component. Just lean into it.
Yeah, just lean into the meme. Remember when Bill Gates brought malaria-infected mosquitoes to a TED Talk? Yeah, but I think he lied about that. Like, he released them, and he's like, oh, actually, they don't have it. I was just trying to prove a point or something like that, but it was still fucking weird. Like, why would you even bring mosquitoes into it?
Yeah, why would you?
I don't give a fuck if you're trying to prove a point. Just don't do that. Like, period, end of story.
Just don't do that.
Yeah.
I agree with whoever said that. I wholeheartedly agree. The point you're trying to make is undermined by the thought that you, with your position and power, can allow that to happen.
Yeah.
You or the joke in that joke,
Yeah.
not the joke you're attempting to make by making the making the terror out of the situation that
Yeah.
you've intentionally allowed to happen.
Fudge Me said, y'all know
Oh,
about Californian government's yearly airdrop of flies. Yes. Yeah. And isn't it insane that like our government is even engaging in stuff like this, like adding and removing, insects from the natural ecosystem in a certain area? Like what in the fuck? Like I guarantee you
like
most people have no
you
clue this stuff is happening.
you are lawmakers.
Yeah.
You are not about deconstruction of the laws that you are about to make. You making these examples in order to justify the behaviors that you choose to make in whatever faculty that you have is antithetical to the concept of
Yeah.
what you're supposed to do. You are a lawmaker, not justifying the reasons why the laws that you want to make should be made by inventing terror. Like it's terrorism.
Yeah,
You know what
and
I mean?
and the whole thing about like this is what always kills me when people label me as a conspiracy theorist, right? Is I talk about the fact that geoengineering exists and it's a real thing, and HARP is a real weather modification system that was in fact used in history. The only reason why it's not used is because I forget if it's a violation of the Geneva Convention or what it is, but it's been considered inhumane or inhumane to modify weather patterns in foreign countries. That's the only reason why it's not used. But it does exist, and it was used to flood certain countries because they used like a cloud seeding program to just create insane amounts of torrential downpour rain. So this does exist. It is a real thing. And so that just leads me to believe like if the government was willing to use it in the past in warfare, why would they not
What
still
makes you think
continue
they're
to
gonna
use it?
use it now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If a state really badly needs rain, why would they not seed those clouds and then give them the rainfall? If they're experiencing like a really bad drought, you know? So I just because you're
Then why
told,
would they?
well, yeah, I mean, it's like just because you're told that it's not being used. Yeah, well, we were also told a lot of things from our government that turned out to be complete horseshit. So I try, excuse me for not believing when I'm told that, oh, we don't use it because we've all agreed to be very nice to each other and it's inhumane. Okay, sure, bud. Yeah, I 100% believe
I
you don't
remember the
use it.
last time I was on your show and we talked about like, yeah, I'm not a big conspiracy theorist. I don't. I feel like there are a lot of reasonable solutions, or rather, there are reasonable explanations to
Right.
unexplained phenomenon. But shit like that, I imagine it would lead you down a rabbit hole. Like, what are we not being told?
Yeah.
What are we
Well,
what are we told, or rather forced to believe is
yeah.
true
Well,
under duress? You know what I mean?
I mean, I just love when people write things off, but it's like, dude, there are documents that have been released from these organizations admitting use, application, exactly the time and dates that they were used. They correlate perfectly with things that happened on those days. How can you deny when there's all this like tangible evidence that this did in fact happen? Just because it's not a technology that's used, like just because the CIA doesn't use what was it, Operation like the big thing that people always go to was like a real thing that they did for a while where they were manipulating people and I can't remember the name. It's like the most common. It wasn't Operation Mockingbird or something like that. I don't remember the name of it. But they have a lot of documents of that actually being put into practice in the 50s and 60s. And we're just supposed to believe that they just tabled all of it and never reconsidered it because it, some moral person can't. No. Sorry, I don't believe that.
Yeah, no. There's clearly there's a rational explanation to it, but the rationality to that explanation is also very disturbing. If someone has to explain that it's a manufacturing, it's something intentional, it's something meaningful, it's meant to be this way because we're trying to either disseminate misinformation or compromise people's awareness of what the government actually does. Shit like that, that's fucked up. That is legitimately fucked up and scary. It's not. I'm not okay with that. I'm very not okay with that.
Oh man, I almost had it for a second. Like people claim that it's still put in use with like celebrities. It's like a form of hypnotism. Why can I not remember?
Oh, yeah.
But it was absolutely used in like the 50s and 60s, and there's a lot of documentation of trials that they did about it and a lot of different things. But anyways, in times of pandemics and as general guides, especially with regards to common diseases and such, yeah, trust them. Beyond that, fuck no. Don't get me started on how readily doctors force fentanyl on patients, at least here in Australia. Oh yeah, like the system that we have, and I can speak to this because I watched I'm not getting into a big long story, but like my dad is kind of like that now, where he's on, when he wakes up in the morning, he has a tray full of pills. Like he's got one pill and it causes blood pressure issues. So now he's got to take the blood pressure medication, but then it introduces a third side effect, which then requires a third, and he's on so many medications at this point that it is impossible for either him or his doctor to identify what is causing what, because he's got this pill modifying this system in his body, and like, this can't be right.
Okay.
This can't be real treatment.
All right. This can't be right. Yeah. No,
And
that makes absolute sense to me as well. I agree with you there.
yeah, it's like, I understand that when people go to the doctor, they don't want to be told, hey, you need to sleep better. Hey, you need to eat better. No shit, I could have figured that out in 2 seconds on a Google search. Like, and and doctors have used that argument. They've said, like, when people come to me, they don't want to be told common sense, because if we were being honest, if anybody went to a doctor for heartburn, they'd say, well, fix your diet. Don't eat the triggers. Okay, heartburn cured, magic. But people don't want to do that. They want a pill. So they want to be able to.
The left side of your head hurts. Don't sleep on it. And Alprazolam.
Yeah. And then we have 3 different prescriptions we're going to write you for. There's no money in a cure. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, there's no conspiracy here. We know at this point that food like Doritos are genetically created in a fucking lab to maximize and take advantage of your taste buds, your brain, all of these systems together. Like, this powder that they put on fucking Doritos has the weirdest synthetic man-made shit all over it, which they have formulated after years and years of trial and error to make you addicted to it and to want more and more. That's the reason why you can sit and people can easily eat a whole bag of Doritos, because it is designed to trick your brain into thinking that every bite is the first bite. And they've spent a lot.
Diet stamp.
Yeah, they have spent billions of dollars on this. People don't understand how much they've invested in these things, because the more addictive it is, the more their quarterly profits rise, and whatever side effects come from that, health issues, whatever, they don't give a shit. It's all about quarterly profits. So we have a system where we're eating all this bullshit, and it's giving people early onset, pre-diabetic symptoms. It's giving them, obviously, obesity. It's giving them heart issues. It's giving them blood pressure issues. It's giving them God only knows what the fuck else. And then we take this food that is giving them all these issues, and we say the food's not the problem, you just need a pill. Like, come the fuck on. No, ultimately you could probably, now don't take this literally or too far what I'm saying. Ultimately, you could cure probably most things people go to the doctor for, mild things, with an adjustment in sleep and diet. If you have heartburn issues, if you have basically the Pepto-Bismol, if you've got nausea, frequent nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea, any of that shit, I guarantee you could probably cure that if you just fix your diet and your sleep schedule. Unless you have like Crohn's disease or something. Obviously, that's a different story. There's extenuating circumstances, but people don't want that. When they go to a doctor, they want a pill. They want a magic solution, a little tablet.
Magic solution.
Yeah, they want a little tablet that they can take and to fix the problem, and they don't have to fix their sleep, they don't have to fix their diet, and they're good, they're chilling. But it's like, what else is it doing to your body that you're not aware of?
But I mean, we're arguing in between that market of desperation and that market of celebrity. There's this happy middle ground where something like Ozempic is a solution, but it's not something that you need to make public unless you are a public figure. There are people who are just doing it just because.
Right.
Those are the people that you're arguing with.
Yeah.
These are people who want easy solutions and can afford to have easy solutions.
Yeah. Like and it also depends on like your doctor, because some doctors, if you get a doctor who is just over it, Like they'll see a patient, they're done for like they're mentally checked out and they're just like, yep, pill, out of my office, see you later. If you get a doctor who actually gives a shit about what they do, like I used to get strep throat a lot when I was in school. And I saw the same doctor like 3 years in a row because I just continually got strep every year of high school. And the third year, he said, well, every single time you get even mildly sick, you immediately come here. Like your parents take you here and you get an antibiotic. He's like, so, sometimes you just have to let your immune system take care of that. And maybe you wouldn't be so susceptible to these other more intense things that you're getting. And that was a good point, which is if you have a mild cold or something, maybe you don't need to run and get an antibiotic every single time because then you're taking the workload away from your immune system or whatever. But that was just something that I was told. But I feel like some doctors wouldn't give a shit to tell you that. They're just like, oh, here he is again, same prescription, get out, go get your thing and come out,
It seems performative at that point.
Yeah. And, this happens like every time. You go to the doctor, you tell them all about your symptoms. They input the symptoms into a computer, it spits out a pill. That can't be right, dude. It can't be. Like, there's got to be a better way. And obviously we know chiropractic is bullshit too, so that's a whole other scam, but
all right, if you had the opportunity to give someone let's call it a 4-week regimen of exercise and health solutions, what would it be? What would it consist of? What would be the regimen, and how would you provide that in terms of like a simplistic way that they could do it without spending more money?
yeah. So let me preface by saying, the this is not financial advice disclaimer. I am not under any circumstances. Disclaimer. Yes, I am not. I have never taken a single medical course in my life. The only information I have is based on my own experimentation and anecdotal evidence, and also just kind of, a lot of research into health benefits of various different things, foods, and what I've experienced personally with those foods. So what I would say is sleep is the ultimate cheat code. Because if you can, I know sleep is so hard for us because we have all this blue light and shit messing with our circadian rhythms. You need to, a big thing, if everybody's using iPhones, I know this sounds like bullshit and it sounds like marketing, turn on night mode.
That says a lot from someone who regularly uses caffeine.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
it says a lot.
Turn on night mode, which gets rid of a lot of the blue light in your screen and it makes it really warm. So if you're sitting there in your bed, you're having trouble falling asleep, you will actually notice that you get tired faster if you have night mode on versus the blue light that's like shocking your fucking retinas and messing with your circadian rhythm. Like, try to reduce the blue light. I guarantee you it'll help more than you think. Secondly, yes, reduce caffeine. If you're a full caffeine drinker, do what I did and switch to half caff, because instead of this jittery, anxious energy that like makes your heart rate skyrocket and all this shit, you're going to get a consistent energy boost while also getting the thing like the diuretic benefits of coffee. Like, it helps basically flush your kidneys out. It's preventative maintenance for things like kidney stones because your kidney function is getting accelerated, these types of things. But as far as diet, intermittent fasting, fast at least 1 or 2 days a week if you can. I know it's really tough, but when you get used to it, your body actually gets really adjusted to it. It puts your body into some really good states that get rid of damaged cells and puts you in ketosis, so you can kind of, essentially you can piss out, some damaged cells and other things, and your body just basically goes into full drainage mode, which is super important. It's like you have to shut down the factory. The digestion factory has to stop. You can't just eat 3 times a day every single day. Like, the factory never shuts down, and all the trash is building up, just for the analogy. So fast as frequently as you can. And along with fasting, get rid of white bread, like traditional white bread that you would buy from a grocery store. I just want everybody to try carnivore. Try beef, eggs, like a fat and protein based diet, and just see what it does for you. Try it, and don't just try it for like a week because you're going to have keto flu and all this stuff. Try it for 30 days. Try your best to give it a full 30 days and see what it does, because I did it for a full 30 days and I felt better at age 29 when I was in the peak of doing it than I did at age 18. Like I felt mentally sharper, more clarity, better sleep. I stopped snoring. I know this is TMI, but like my libido was normal again. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of benefits.
Oh my.
The flushed emote. Oh my, dude. Oh, hang on. Let me turn off window capture for a second. Because Wang said he sent me something. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Wang was mentioning what's up, Wood? No, but seriously, it's true. Like, and you can read a lot of testimonials about this from people that like the carnivore diet can help restore your sex drive. Which, if you have, you know, there's something that one of my doctors told me when I had a physical is like, you know, horny is healthy. You know, you're a male. You're a male of this age.
Absolutely.
So you're a male of
Can
this
we-
age, and that's how you should be
sex
wired.
positivity in this stream right now? Can we champion sex positivity right
Yeah,
now? Can
for
we
sure.
do that?
Yeah, it's like one of my doctors used to tell me that when I had a physical. He's like, your testosterone levels look good. He's like, and that's something he wanted to stress to me is like, you should probably adjust your diet, but horny is healthy. He's like, I know it sounds silly and it sounds dumb and all this shit, but like, if you're a male of a certain age, that's just how typically you should be wired. That's how you know that things are working correctly.
You're allowed to have boners.
Exactly.
It's good. It's healthy. Have boners.
Yeah.
Have more boners.
Now don't clip that out of context, but yes.
They're gonna. Just have them though. It's okay. It's
Yeah.
a natural thing. You're allowed to do that. Just have
Yeah.
boners. It's fine.
So that would all be
Alright.
my recommendation. Try your best to utilize night mode. Don't drink caffeine too late. You know, go gremlin mode. You know, don't eat after a certain time. Whether it's 8 or 9 p.m. is your cutoff, whatever the fuck. But try not to eat. Try to give yourself 3 hours of no eating before you go to bed. That way you're not like waking up in the middle of the night with all this indigestion and heartburn and shit. And then, yeah. Also, no fucking brainer, but get rid of all sodas. Switch to spring water and alkaline water. Alkaline water especially because it's got electrolytes and it can fight keto flu.
All right, I'm genuinely curious about that. So, like, you don't drink anything carbonated,
No. I don't mess with all
like
that.
at all.
Nope. Spring water, alkaline water, black coffee. Those are my 3 beverages. That's it.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yep. So,
'Cause, like that was something I wanted to ask. I was super curious about that.
well,
So, like,
because
you stand fast with that.
yeah, because I have a genetic propensity for really bad heartburn. Like my dad actually had to have an operation where they wrapped his stomach and his esophagus together and they used like surgical staples because the way it works is like there's a sphincter at the top of your stomach. And for people that have really bad heartburn, that muscle is too weak to close fully. And so some of the stomach acid escapes and it comes up that esophageal tract, right? So I'm just genetically, I lost the lottery on that. Like genetically, I got the shitty esophagus thing going on too. So if I drink carbonated stuff, that's just going to bubble all that acid up into my, into my esophagus and all that. So I have to avoid that. I have to avoid tomato-based product for the most part. And that's just a reality.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's it. I just have to avoid like citric acid-based shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh damn.
I try, but bread is so good. I just need to go out and exercise more. Here's the thing, Wang. When you get rid of bread, you actually don't get nearly as hungry. Because what bread does is it fucking spikes your blood glucose levels. And when your blood sugar drops, you get desperation hunger. We all know what that feels like. You get shaky, your stomach, like you get that physical sensation in your stomach. You start to shake and you're like, I need to eat right now. You're not actually hungry. Your blood sugar just dropped. So if you eat foods that don't spike your blood sugar like that, you can actually go really long periods of time without eating. When I was on strictly grass-fed beef, butter, eggs, all that shit, I could easily go 48 hours and literally not feel hunger at all. I was like, oh yeah, I completed a 48-hour fast.
Too, isn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah, those would be all my recommendations. Try to get better sleep, get rid of carbonated stuff. Like, I mean, flavored water is one thing. If you're not subject to heartburn from carbonated beverages, that's cool. But, try to just alkaline water and coffee and also put good salt in both of those. because if you're doing this for the first time, like that'll really prevent keto flu symptoms because you're supplementing all those electrolytes like magnesium, potassium, calcium, all that shit. So Redmond's real salt is a good one. Throw a pinch of that shit in your coffee, a pinch of it in your water, and the keto flu symptoms will be a lot less severe.
Sam, your thoughts on blueberries?
I love them. But the only problem is I don't know what's real and what's GMO bullshit because I live in America. So I can't parse what's good and bad blueberries. So I have to avoid them, but I love them. And I think those are the only fruits that I would mess with because they have like really good antioxidants and stuff. Like raspberries, blackberries, blueberries, that shit.
Damn. That's right. You guys. Well, I mean, come on. Like, not everything has GMOs in it.
No, not everything, but it's like if I'm shopping at a Walmart, for example, I don't trust it. Like I just don't. Like there's no way that they could mass produce enough to fill every store nationwide and not cut corners. You know what I mean? Like so I'm just gonna play it safe and avoid all that. But you know, I encourage everybody to try it. And again, I'm not an expert. So I'm not trying to like preach or give medical advice. There are people who said they've gone vegan and they've experienced all the same benefits of people who have gone carnivore. And I think what that speaks to is that the carbs are the problem. Whether or not you go vegan or whether or not you go carnivore, you're eliminating the ultra enriched like white breads and the bleached flour bullshit. You know, the dry grocery tortillas that can sit there for 6 months and somehow not go bad. So whether you go to one extreme or the other, eliminating all that shit, I think is where the benefits primarily come from. Dr. Stamp PhD on the stream. It's a character that I play, you know, just like Boogie.
Could we do this like regularly? Could we make this like a monthly thing?
Fuck yeah, dude. I'd be down. One weekend a month. We just sit here and, you know, talk about anything we got going on and other topics. Like I'm down because I love these types of conversations.
I'd be like wicked down for that. Like seriously.
And you know,
we just do this and it's really good.
Yeah, dude. And I'm a bit of a hypocrite too because like I don't practice everything that I preach, but I have done an absurd amount of research into all these things, and I've eliminated foods and I've reintroduced foods over the past 3 years. I've been doing all this experimentation, and like you have to find what works best for you. It probably would be advisable to go to a nutritionist and a dietitian and discuss these things with them, because what they can do, there's this like influencer guy that pisses me off a lot, but he did make a good point. His name is like Gary Brecka, and he said to go get a blood test because the blood test is going to tell you what you're deficient in. And a lot of times what you think is hunger or you think is, you know, a joint pain or something could be a deficiency that you don't realize. It could be like a potassium deficiency. Yeah. Like, you know, we all know about the meme about like low iron. If you got low iron, you have like weak joints and you can get lightheaded and all this shit. Maybe you need to introduce more iron into your diet. You know, it could be something as simple as that. Maybe you don't have to go on a fucking extreme elimination diet and all this trial and error. So it could cut out a lot of that experimentation time for you. Wasted money and, you know, filling your fridge with shit you realize you can't eat because it gives you all these negative side effects. Like, yeah. So I would totally recommend consulting an expert.
I feel like a lot of money is spent in that regard, which is why it's such a booming industry, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, social media is a plague for a lot of reasons, but it has also catapulted a lot of good info out there about nutrition and stuff. And there's a lot of conflicting ideas. Like some people, I grew up my whole life being told that like red meat gives you gout and it gives you heart disease and it gives you all these things. And
it's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah.
Red meat gives you gout?
Yeah, that's what they say.
What?
It's like, and I'm sat here like, well, look, I experience every symptom of those things. Like I experience horrific digestive issues, like really bad heartburn, indigestion, all that, only when I eat carbs. When I eliminate those, I literally forget that I've ever had to deal with heartburn. After 2 weeks, I'm like, I haven't even unscrewed the bottle of Tums. It's just sitting there collecting dust. And as soon as I fuck up and I introduce carbs, there comes the heartburn. So it's like, I know what the fucking cause is. I've done the experiments and all that, but it's just the willpower aspect of it. You got to have the willpower to stick to it.
All right. Also, so, uh, uh, when it comes to social media, yeah, I agree. When it comes to social media, you're the product. If they're
Mhm.
not, if something is free, you're what they're selling.
Right. Yep. You're a billboard ultimately.
The long and short. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're a part of the experiment, chances are for the results of the experiment success. Sorry, I'm not sober, but that's that's something that you have to take into consideration. Everyone's trying to sell you something, even when they're trying to sell you health. They're also trying to sell you their um
Right.
way of providing health,
Yeah.
which
Not.
is in of itself a scam.
Yeah. Not to bring up such a polarizing figure, but Alex Jones, when he preaches to you about supplements, he wants to sell you his tangy tangerine, which of course nobody else can get this formula. Yeah, fucking right. He bought it from some person who prepackages it, and he's just got a bunch of marketing nonsense on there. So there might
It has
be.
everything to do with how they're selling it to you.
Yes,
Exactly.
it's all about like parsing through what when the good info passes over into the pitch. You know, when it passes over into the pitch of their own product, then you can tune out, and it's like, whatever. I don't need your product to achieve this, but the information you gave me, I'll take that, and I'll do my own research as to what products actually give me those benefits. So again, it's like the disinformation age that we're in right now, dude. You have to, it's like a full-time fucking job to parse what's real information versus, you know, like you said, marketing.
What you do with that information is entirely on you, and it's
Yep.
independent of you. You don't have to engage with it if you don't want to, but like you said, a lot of people are looking for quick solutions
Yeah.
to arbitrary problems that they could easily uh, alleviate themselves with time and hard work. But no one wants to do those things.
No, because I mean, in
Big
America,
pharma knows that.
yeah, we've got 40-hour work weeks. We have, and a lot of people are working from home. We're sitting at home bored all day. We want to just eat fun foods like pizza and fried chicken and heavily seasoned, like deep fried this and that, because those foods are fun and they stimulate like dopamine in your brain and shit. But like the
Me.
yeah, exactly. Like we're all desperate for dopamine and serotonin. We're all vitamin D deficient because we're sitting inside all damn day. But it's like I was amazed when I just started to go out and just 5,000 steps a day. Do you realize this shit takes like 30 minutes to do? It's nothing. 30 minutes out of your day to just go out in the sun and walk. And it makes such a change in your mood that you feel like a different person. It's like you did take a pill, At least that's what it did for me. And that's all it takes. Go out in the sun for 2 hours a day. Like when I don't work, I'll go out and do 10 to 12,000 steps. And it really is that simple. Like, I think people just need to stop overcomplicating, things like this and just realize that it can be way simpler than you realize. Cut out certain foods, test and see what gives you issues versus what doesn't. Cut out the problem foods and start walking. That's a huge first step that a lot of people should be taking.
It always feels like it's insurmountable, but ultimately it's just about self-control, self-discipline, and a willingness to do more for
Yeah.
yourself, not just your body, but for your mind, for your spirit. I'm not one of those spiritual weirdos or anything, but like the ones on TikTok are all like,
Your shock,
if
yeah,
you
you got to be in touch with
uh
your zodiac and your chakra and your feng
yeah
shui energy and yeah, all that stuff.
imagine these things into reality. That
Right,
bullshit.
manifesting. Oh my
I don't
god.
I don't
Yeah.
I don't subscribe to any of that nonsense. But like, if you just take the actual time to know what your body is capable of, and just taking it to what it can do, and just doing that every so often a day, 20 minutes a day, 30 minutes a day. It's not all of your day. And in any other time, you could be doing anything else, but instead, you're working on you. You're
Yeah.
allowing yourself to work on you.
Yeah.
Just let that be a moment of your time.
And I'm in the
You can do
carnivore and intermittent fasting subreddits, and I see this every fucking day. If you have it sorted by new posts, it's like I've been doing it for 2 weeks, no progress. Buddy, you are 27 years old and you just started. You can't undo 27 years of damage with 2 weeks. You don't. This is not a speed
You're
run.
27 years old.
Yeah, like you can't undo 27 years of a lifestyle where you didn't care about what you ate by fasting for 2 weeks. Like intermittent fasting for that period of time doesn't do shit. Carnivore for that period of time doesn't do shit. Your body is just starting to get acclimated to these new conditions. Like you need, at a minimum, I would say 30 to 60 days to try all this stuff. You can't just 2 weeks and no progress back to what I was doing because this is frustrating and I'm not seeing any results. You have to commit to a longer period of time. It's like when people start streaming. And this is what kills me. They'll say things
you
like,
can't expect to see results in 2 weeks.
yeah, it's like, dude,
after streaming for the first time.
I created my account in 2024 and I'm streaming a game that a bunch of other people stream and nobody came to watch my stream. Fuck streaming. This is stupid. Like, no, like, that is such a flawed mentality. Streaming is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It is about consistency. It's about long-term commitment to community building and way more than just you're playing X game at X time and people should flock. Like, that's not how it works.
Like even Fudge and Salt will attest to this on my end. Like I've been pretty petty on that regard as well. Like I know where that feeling is.
Right.
Before before I became affiliate, like I also felt that. I felt that sting where it's like no one's watching my shit. Why am I doing this? And then even Salt reminded me of like stuff that you said where it's like don't pay attention to who's watching.
It doesn't
Like, no one
matter.
is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be who you are, and things will naturally evolve. It's just time. It's
Right.
if you're willing to take the time, and that goes for anything.
Yeah.
Anything. I've done this shit for so fucking long. When I say this shit, I mean animation. I mean work. My work took me decades to get here. And with my skin color, you would not imagine me living in Japan.
Yeah.
And doing what I do.
Yep.
I do it now. It took decades.
Right. And Salt just said just now.
Time.
Salt said just now, I had the same issue when I streamed. It feels like shit when you stream for hours and nobody even comes in to say hi. The thing is, Salt, you're not, this is, and I'm not saying like your mentality is wrong. That's not what I intend to say here. But like when I stream, I'm concerned about whether or not I'm having fun. That's it. Period. If I'm not having fun, I'll shut the shit down, regardless of whether.
Yeah.
Yes, regardless of whether or not I've got 20 people watching or one, I'll shut it down if I'm not having fun because like that's why I'm live. Like talking to chat is the reason why people go live on Twitch. Yes. But if you can't stream to potentially 0 people or be prepared for that to happen in the event that it does and just have fun on your own, like I'm going to be sitting here on my computer anyway, having fun playing this game. So regardless of whether people watch, I'm still going to enjoy myself. And when you hide the numbers, which I always recommend people do this, hide your live viewer count, hide your follower count, hide your sub count. Don't worry about any of that stupid shit because your focus should be on doing something that you want to have fun with. And if people see that you're having fun, they will gravitate toward that and enjoy it. That's all you need to focus on. It really is that simple.
There's something that you do specifically, Stamp. I'm not here yanking your chain or anything.
The glaze.
Letting you know, honestly, like.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. It was a serious moment. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. It was you being so human about your experience with Silent Hill.
Yeah.
Kept me on. It's why I stuck around because everyone at that time I was playing Silent Hill and I was just watching other people do it too and just making having a laugh and this and that and the other, but they were dismissive. They were a flash in the pans. It was a thing that happened. And they moved on. I'd never seen them since. But then it was you. And you were so human about your experience with it. It was your brother's PC. It was the only thing you could stream. And then you streamed it. And it mattered to you so significantly. And I felt that. And I felt that energy. And you cried. And I cried with you. And I remember that vividly. And I'm like, yeah. I fuck with this guy. I
Yeah.
remember all of that. I remember all of it vividly,
Yeah, and it's
and I
and
appreciated all of that.
yeah, and you know that conversation was spawned because the last time we had played, we had this guy named Wrong Panda who was talking about how he had written off horror games because he thought that they were just blood like monster slaying bloodbath type games. And I was like, well, you know, if you were to just look at this game from the outside perspective looking in and you see certain parts of it, maybe you would think that, but like if I'm watching a streamer, someone like a Maximilian dude, and he finishes a game like this and he doesn't have any type of connection with it, or you know, one of my favorite things is just hearing people's history with their interests. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter if it's a video game, any type of media, any work experience. Like I just love to hear about that because you can tell when something is genuine or when it's kind of a fabrication for content. So
Exactly.
when I was telling that story, like that shit was from the heart because people got to understand the reason why the Silent Hill community is so collectively obsessed with these games and the reason why we get so emotional about them is because they don't just represent their own presentation. They represent significant parts in our lives as we were growing up, as we were teens, preteens in my case, but like they are a footnote in your life, and there's something that it's not just nostalgia. It is literally a recall to a certain time in your life when you enjoyed different things, you had a different set of interests, different things, you know, different aspirations, maybe that didn't work out. So, you know, when I share those stories, those are super enjoyable for me, but at the same time, yeah, I think that being genuine is the most important thing. I was just telling Saul, like, everybody has a niche and everybody has an audience. What the only difference between the people that have them and the people that don't is that the people that have them knew that they existed and they worked toward them. They knew what their niche was, they identified it. The people who don't have it are ones that didn't give themselves enough of a chance to get there. But every single motherfucker that goes live on Twitch has a niche and an audience that they can tap into. It's just a matter of time. I truly believe that. I really do.
It's a matter of time.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Consistency, commitment, like you said. You have to be prepared. This is not, I'm going to do this for 6 months. This is not a flash in the pan hobby. This is, I'm going to do this for 5 fucking years and whatever happens, happens. You have to be willing to commit that type of time.
Be expecting to make money off of it. Yeah, this can't be
Yeah.
a flash in the pan. Oh, I'll just figure this out and just see what comes. Like, no, you make a
Right.
plan for this shit for a good year and a half, and even then, expect another year.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I don't think either of us would have ever expected, you know, if you were to turn the clocks back before you found my stream, before I knew about you, that we would even be having this conversation. But it's like, we have been doing this for years now. And
yeah.
I did at one point, and I'm sure you did too, stream to absolutely nobody. And I would sit there and I would glance over at the chat. But now we both have these communities that we've garnered, and the size, the big thing that kills me is when people worry about the size of the community. I don't give a shit. If it's 1 or 5 people, I just look at names in chat. All my numbers are hidden. I'm looking at names in chat and responding to the messages being posted. And I think that's the most enjoyable way to stream. Really just simplify it.
It's the healthiest way to do this.
Yeah.
It's the healthiest way to do it. Absolutely. I have an issue with that, and I know that it's something that I have to overcome independently. Like
the number side.
I have I have my phone, and I have like a third party app on, so I know who's on and who isn't, and it's gross. I know it's gross. I know. It's like you have 2 viewers in. Then I go into like hermit mode. I know I do that. I'm aware that I do that. It's not healthy. Don't do that if you're a streamer. It's detrimental to you being able to stream to an audience. Especially if you're like I guess like for us, we're like we're niche streamers.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got you're a horror streamer primarily, and then you can also do
fighting games,
things like this,
right?
Where you're
you're
engaging with other creators and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like, but on average, you've got 8 viewers at a time, minimum, and then like 20 maximum. Like you've got an audience. There are people sitting there. For me, given the work that I do, like I haven't been around for like 3 weeks. I've fallen off. No one knows that I exist anymore, and it's like, hey, I'm on. You want to
Right.
hang out? And it's like,
Right. And
like Fudge and Salt will hang out, and Paradox will hang out. But it's like, dude, you've been gone for a while. We've gone on to other things.
right. And
You know
that's
what I mean?
that's kind of like the reason why I so heavily stress not looking at that stuff is because
Not paying attention to it. Yeah.
yeah, and not only that, like we've all seen like live debates that have like approval rating graphs that go up and down and they fluctuate and they ebb and they flow. If I get up from a playthrough and I go to use the bathroom and I come back, 3 people are going to leave because that's the nature of, someone else might be doing something, they're going to close my tab, whatever.
That's the nature of the monster.
But
Yeah.
if I
No,
but
no,
if
you're
I'm
right, you're right, you're
looking
absolutely right.
if I'm looking at those numbers in my brain, that approval rating is going down. I'm like, what? People weren't even willing to wait. But like, if you're even in that frame of mind, I think you need to take a step back because you're still sitting here, you're still live, you're still playing a game you love, you're still enjoying yourself, and it doesn't matter. And ultimately, within half an hour, those people will probably come back. They probably just had a commitment or something to do. And as long as you're still there enjoying yourself, that's how you win streaming, is by genuinely enjoying it, having fun with your setups and your alerts and, memeing with your community and doing watch parties and shit. Like, it's never been about numbers. And I think that's why the people who have the most engagement with their chat are the people who eventually get rewarded in kind with those type of communities. Is like they engage with their chat so much that they really maximize the potential of this platform versus a pre-recorded platform like YouTube.
Agreed. And then moreover, god damn it, like, let's admit, once October rolls around, these are gonna be your biggest views, man.
Yeah, October is always crazy every year. Like, I'm
October's gonna be real.
yeah, I'm literally taking September to like get myself in the best shape possible. Like I'm walking, I'm going to my company gym. I'm gonna be hitting carnivore hard because
Man,
last
you look
year.
fantastic.
Well,
You look great.
I appreciate that, but the thing is, like, I have to make sure that I'm in good enough shape that if I don't maximize my sleep, I'm still good. And when I fast and I eat carnivore and I walk right and everything, like the sleep, I can get away with 5 to 6 hours and that's fine. Last year was a slog because I was not doing carnivore. I had completely fallen off the wagon with that. And by the time I got to like the last week, I was fed the fuck up, I'll admit it. So this year, I'm just approaching it with, 3-hour minimum streams. I'm not going to do the 4-hour minimum thing that I did last year, but, that is always a crazy time. But, we got Silent Hill 4 remake coming out, or Silent Hill 2 remake coming out. We've got Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster coming out late September. And we've got Until Dawn coming out on PC right before that. So, like, there's 3 prime games for me to stream that are brand new that month. So I'm hype about that.
Hold on. Man, this is crazy story. Learned so much about Moho. I'm not done streaming. I have work to do. This is
Yeah.
This is the pleasantry because you have no idea how many times I've talked about you and I having a podcast on my streams. Like, Salt and Fudge can attest to this.
Right.
I've always talked about, like, if I had the opportunity to make a podcast, who would I do it with? Stamp. Like first and last, like Stamp. So like this is kind of like a primordial opportunity to just kind of like see how that would work out.
Yeah.
I already know it's gonna work out. So
Yeah.
like, I'm already ready.
I think that when you're looking at co-hosts and different things for podcasts, I think it's important to find someone that is not a direct reflection of you, but somebody that can expand upon the things that you talk about. Like, you provide a perspective.
Yeah, exactly. It's a back and forth.
Right.
Having an ability to have a conversation between two people. And I'm sorry if I sound arrogant. I'm sorry if this comes across as arrogant, but I feel like my personality and your personality just blend really well.
No, I don't think there's any coincidence at all that every time we get to talking, we go way longer than we expected, and we can just flow with different topics that seemingly have nothing to do with each other. I don't think that's a coincidence. Like,
feels right. I don't know,
Yeah.
man. It's weird. It's really, really weird.
No, I
Really,
mean,
it's really good communication, man.
if we were to sit and look at all the topics that we've talked about, like some of them have nothing at all to do with the original conversation we were going to have, but it never felt like we hit a wall. It never felt like, we just had dead silence and we didn't know what we were talking about. So, yeah, I think that's
Streaming
crucial.
has to go on for like half an hour. It's been 4 hours.
Yeah.
I still have streaming to do. But
Yeah.
like this, it's like the best part.
Yeah, dude, and that's the thing, like talking to chat is one thing, but talking in person or as face to face as we can be, just by being on like opposite ends of the fucking planet, is just always going to be more enjoyable. Appreciate that, Fudge Me, by the way. I appreciate that, man. You guys are always cool about that, but I mean, I'm not like ultra self-conscious or anything, but I just know that I want to make sure that September is a time to get myself in the right shape, because I just don't want to. And I'll be sure to take a bunch of PTO and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, and then Dr. Red, oh my God, he went psychopathic last November because he does Docvember after I finished Stamptober. And this motherfucker did like 6-hour streams every single day. And by the time he finished, he was out of it too. I'm like, dude, you went insane.
I actually I popped into his stream yesterday. He was streaming. Oh God, what was he streaming? Was it Fortnite? Was it Fortnite? Something.
Oh, I know, My Hero Ultra Rumble or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it was My Hero Academia something or other.
Yeah, he loves that game.
Kids these days, the kids these days,
the sugar addicted Fortnite gamers have reemerged. Well, and here's the other thing that I want to mention, because you've mentioned some things about my stream. What I love is that I think, like I was talking about, everybody having a niche and everybody having an audience. The thing that I noticed that is fundamentally different about my stream and your stream is that your interaction remains at like a 95% throughout the whole thing. And I can enjoy myself with 4 to 5 hours of just you listening to music that we link and talking about it and talking about compositional production things, because I love audio. Whereas, with my stream, I get to a point where I'm like, I'm just chatting out. You know what I mean? Like, I've done enough yapping. I'm ready to play something. But the thing is, you can't ignore just chatting, because just chatting is the ultimate interaction. It doesn't get more interactive than just chatting.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I kind of envy you in that regard, because I don't know where it ends for me. Oh my God, it's Dopey. Dopey's a chat. I'm sorry. I know.
Long time.
People don't know on your side, Stamp, but Dopey and I go way back, and we used to share a channel together. Well, we still kind of do.
Oh, was it the Sunday Replay channel? Or is
no, it was Dopey Future.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking Dopey. So him and I, we would just, it's a good thing. Good things are happening. I'm gonna be on for like the next 6 hours, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
But
you got the absolute just dopamine adrenaline flow right now. The combo.
Well, no, it's moreover that I streamed today because I have a lot of work to do, and
Right.
I want a lot of that work to be just kind of exhibited, because a lot of it is just things that I genuinely care about. But it's why I care about you, because you do the exact same thing. You stream because you care about what you're streaming.
Yeah.
Like you said, you're like, okay, I'm done talking. Let's play a game. I kind of want to do the same thing, but where I come from in my in my world, it's art.
Right.
It's not gaming. Gaming is absolutely a part of my life, obviously, but I can play Final Fantasy IX whenever I want. But
Yeah.
with art, it's a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's a more impactful, like, dude, same. I mean, if it was live or if it was IRL, it'd probably be skating. If I was to do something that I feel equally passionate about that gaming, it would probably be skating. but that's not logistically, that's not something you can do. But yeah, I just think that whatever it is, and art is a massive audience and a massive niche on Twitch. So, not that you need a recommendation from me, but that's kind of what I have always found to be a rhythm that helps me like consistently stream, is like when you feel that you're done with strictly just chatting, just jump into something you're super passionate about, and like within minutes that's going to be palpable to your audience and they're going to enjoy it right alongside you.
And you make it work well. It's just you. How do I say this properly? Like it's the way that you segue into it. It's corny, but like that's the charm.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And that's why
Yeah, segueing into the gameplay, you mean, where I always say I'm not in the
for
business of
God's
wasting
sake,
people's
use a
time.
rim shot every time. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. I gotta remember to start spamming that button more than I used to, dude.
I love the rim shot.
Yeah.
It would feel naked if it wasn't there.
Yeah.
Because you make it work. Also, okay, so Dopey's asking, how have we been? I guess like Dopey's been around when you've been streaming too. So like,
I recognize the name. I for sure. I'm almost guarantee that I've seen that name in this chat a few times.
Dopey, it's been a lot. You know how to reach me. Call me. We can talk. It's been forever and a half. He's been busy too, but this thing that we're doing right now, I'd like to make this a regular thing.
I would too, dude. I'm 100% down. You don't have to convince me. I'm down. I'm in.
If there's any way that we can make this like a once
bi-weekly
month
or a monthly, yeah, for sure, dude.
or bi-monthly, I'd be fine with like just every 2 months we do this. If
Yeah.
there's some way we can do that, I'd be down. I would be totally down for that.
Same here. I would be too. We could even come in with like a pre-discussed list of topics and kind of hit everything. I actually found, speaking of that, I'm like, because people don't know this, I'm secretly getting ready for season 2. Like I've got tickers and the topic tickers where it highlights each individual. I've got this shit ready. So we could come in.
I am down for stamp of approval season 2.
Yeah, dude, we could come in. Across the top on mine, we could have a ticker of like, we're going to discuss this topic and for X amount of time and kind of segue into different things. But I'll be honest, I like organically flowing conversations sometimes too. Because like, who would have thought we'd be talking about goddamn robotic bees and fucking artificial mosquito
I didn't know
breeding
they
factories?
existed until you mentioned them.
Yeah. So, there's
God damn it, Bill.
there's a lot. And yeah, our boy William, Nepo baby of the IBM board of directors, William Gates over here is he's involved in a lot, and some of it shady, some of it highly questionable, deeply unpleasant and troubling. And I'm not letting him off the hook.
Terrifying.
Oh, it is.
The future is absolutely terrifying.
It is. You know what, dude?
At the very least,
We're just catapulting toward our own demise, and we're doing it in front of our computers, in front of fancy cameras with mics. And you know what? Whatever happens, happens. Now that's the positive chill content you guys came to. I'm sorry.
And that's what you.
Yep. You know what, everybody? If the whole thing goes tits up and the whole world explodes tomorrow, at least you can say, I sat on my ass in front of my computer and played Fortnite. Let's go. I have the Raiden skin in Fortnite.
Actually, so one of the guys that I plan on streaming, I'm gonna buy it. I am going to buy Silent Hill 2 remake.
I'm going to as well, man.
I plan on streaming it with.
I'm going full.
But you're
gonna
buy it at launch. Not
Yes.
buying it at launch. I'm waiting a day or two. You're buying like the early access, right?
Yes, I have to. It's just, you know what? It's an inevitability. It's like we're on a collision course. I've streamed the original roughly 25 times. I have to do it. I'm just going to.
Like 55 times. Come on, get out of
Yes. Being realistic,
what's
yeah.
going to happen? What's going to happen? Thank you for the hoot. Thank you for the hoot.
I heard the echo of that. Good lord.
What's going to happen is I'm going to buy it probably on my birthday because my birthday is in October and it's around the same time that it releases. I'm going to stream it with a guy I know named Jimmy. And Jimmy's a sweetheart. He's a lovely guy, but he's super nerdy about his lawn right now. So it's going to be just like a lot of homeowner talk.
Oh yeah, the grass stained New Balances sitting outside, appreciating your lawn type shit.
It's gonna be fun. So do you remember HGTV?
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. HGTV, otherwise known as House Hunters, where the husband is a stay-at-home husband and the mom is a school teacher, and their budget is 1.6 million. Like, where in the fuck is that coming from, dude? You got an oil baron inheritance? What's going on here?
So you're familiar?
Yeah, just a little.
So we're gonna talk about. I imagine it's gonna be while we're in the apartments. He's gonna be like, "Why didn't you just buy a home? Like,
Yeah,
what's going on?"
dude, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, get a mortgage, and buy a home. I fail to see what the problem is. You need to put down your Obama phone and trade it for an alarm clock and some work boots, and get to fucking work. You know what I'm saying?
Right, so yeah, okay, this is a good question before we end it. Like, so the Silent Hill 2 remake, is it modern age or is it are they gonna reflect the time, the time period that's meant to be in, or is it going to be an adaptation meant for modern audiences in a modern age?
So
Or is he gonna have a phone? Is he gonna have access to MapQuest? Like,
No.
what's you know
So-
what I mean? Like, what are the elements here?
So Ito addressed it, actually. Somebody asked him a similar question on Twitter. I only know this because I was looking at that stupid thing where like somebody made a bunch of racial remarks about him, some stupid shit. But in his replies, he said that the original was actually originally written to take place in the late 80s. So that would explain the lack of, anything digital, this, that, and the other. So my guess would be that at the most they would make it something like it's taking place in the early 90s or mid 90s. But from all the stuff that we've seen, there's no phone, there's no pager, there's none of that shit. It's just flashlight, map, physical, tangible items. So I don't think they would do
Watch
that.
Jamie White whip out a Telstar.
Yeah. No, he just pulls out an Apple Watch and it tells him the amount of steps that he's taken. So he's trying to watch his figure. I love how many people unironically use "pull yourself up by your bootstraps," not understanding the irony and oh yeah, it's like the whole like cast your buckets down where you are type thing. Like obviously it is physically impossible and absurd as fuck to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and it doesn't work. But like that's just a stupid thing that like boomers say to younger people. It's like, oh, you need to, you kids and your Obama phones, and you need to trade it in for a pair of work boots and an alarm clock and go fucking slave away for 13 hours. That's just what they say.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps is a bullshit narrative
Yeah.
that has been constructed by old people who believe in a government that's not watching them all the time.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as pulling yourself by your bootstraps. There's no such thing. That's not a certain term. That's not a thing. That's not a real thing.
Yeah.
If you have money, it's because you either came from it or you acquired it with dubious means.
Yep.
That's it.
Stamp when Jamie Boy whips out the iPhone 37. I wouldn't have a problem with it, dude. Let's just make if we're gonna lean into it though, let's lean into it fully. Give him the gamer posture, the headset dent, the fucking the gotcha games installed on his phone. Just go lean fully into it, dude. Most people your age will be lucky to afford a
Uber
house.
Eats with the alcohol app
Yeah.
signed on.
It's like the Fears to Fathom games where you can look at the texts and you just see like a bunch of texts between him and chicks he met on Tinder, and then you see him Uber Eatsing fucking a local liquor store all over the place. Yeah, snaps between him and Maria the whole game. Oh my god. Wang said most people your age will be lucky to afford a house in today's economic housing market, and I feel bad. Dude, I've just given up. Unless the fucking housing market unless the bubble totally bursts, I'm not going to be able to compete with like fucking BlackRock and Vanguard purchasing all the four-person family homes and all that.
Do you rent or do you own?
Yeah, I
What
rent.
do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Got it, man.
I just I buy the stuff around the walls, but
Yep.
I don't own this property.
Yeah. I own the foam panels. If they were to kick me out, I'm taking my fucking foam panels with me, dude.
Taking my panels with me.
I could do this in a Walmart parking lot if I have to. I'll just build like a cardboard set around me and put the fucking we're gonna make it work, goddammit.
Just buy a fridge cardboard box on fucking Etsy.
Yeah. Just do it outside of like a converted step van, a fucking FedEx delivery truck. Build a mobile tiny home and park it in the hills. That's what I'm saying, dude. Get yourself a mobile hotspot and stream off of
That's
it.
what you gotta do.
Yeah.
You've got the equipment to go mobile. You might as well just make the whole thing
Yeah.
mobile. You can.
Well, listen, man. I know you said you had work to do and stuff, and I know, my God, I mean, we were only going to talk about the Silent Hill 2 remake, and this is expanded out into a whole ass, like, 3 hour and 45-minute long conversation.
We didn't even talk about the remake, like, we didn't even watch anything.
We talked about it for like 10 minutes. Yeah. But I just want to say, I appreciate your time, appreciate you coming on, and I'm going to actually end, so I want to go ahead and set up a raid. So, guys, go check out what Future's got going on over there. As you have heard for the last 3.5 hours, my God, through all my yapping. He's a very chill guy. He's got some awesome content going on over there. So be sure to check him out. I went ahead and initiated the raid. I'm going to get up out of here and obliterate some grass-fed beef because, that's just what I like to do. With that being said, I will talk to you guys later. Goodbye.
You don't know how fascinating and wonderful you are, and
Dude, I just muted it on the stream, but I still have the ending screen up. That was kind of awkward for you because you didn't see the fog when I snapped. You got to see what happens when no fog appears. But yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. Like I said, I would love to make this a regular thing. I'm always of the opinion that, more conversations like this is only going to be beneficial for the two of us. Like, gives us an outlet to discuss these things, not in just a chat to streamer perspective. And like, at the same time, I think that, it's always more fun and more direct contact this way than any other way. So either way, I went ahead and sent the raid. So appreciate it again. And I'll be chilling out in your chat, but I will talk to you later, man. All right. See ya.